colleagues, good morning. It is now 11 a.m. and I am aware that other colleagues might still be joining us. But in the interest of time, so that we can keep to our program and our schedule for the day, I think we should start, and hopefully other colleagues will start joining us as the day goes. My name is Puleng Sekgalo, and I am the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair here at Unisa, and it is really my absolute honor to be welcoming everyone this morning. We're very excited and have been looking forward to this colloquium for a couple of months now. We've been having webinar series, having these conversations and grappling with issues of music and cultural diplomacy as it manifests in various areas of our practice, of our research, of the work that we're doing. Colleagues, the colloquium is focusing on South African music abroad with a specific focus on these 2 days that we're going to be having on cultural diplomacy, collaboration, and exchange. Talking about the power of music and its role in cultural diplomacy, a Turkish scholar, Akbulat, argues that music shaped within the social structure provides social integration and identity construction by making sense of the social structure. Music, which is a strong reference in the context of identity and belonging, is also an art that provides social unity. In this regard, when the socio-cultural context of music is considered, it is worth noting that the functions of music in the formation, transference, and continuity of cultural memory are made more visible. The fact that music is a universal language, as we often say, that extends from person to person, and that has the power to unite us as a people with different languages, different religions, within the same melody, give it a distinct place and a different privilege in the field of cultural diplomacy among the various branches of art. In addition to acting as a means of entertainment in our daily lives, something that we dance to, something that we move to, music has also revealed the globalization phenomenon and the interaction of mass culture with national cultures, particularly in international politics. And as we're talking about South African music abroad, I think this becomes very, very relevant. And I personally understand the power of music as a tool for cultural diplomacy because of the few years that I spent abroad myself, particularly in the United States, and what it meant to have a South African concert in the middle of New York. It was more than the music itself, but it was also what the music carried, a sense of home, a sense of closeness to each other, and an opportunity to be together with other South Africans. So it offered this sense of togetherness and telling a South African story through music. That's something that people could relate to as well. But I think also just bringing it closer to why are we speaking about music? Why are we speaking about music and cultural diplomacy in the context of the research chair? Why is it important for us as the research chair on Albert Luthuli to speak about and engage with the power of music, the importance of music, the role that music plays in cultural diplomacy? Nkosi Albert Luthuli himself was a cultural diplomat. He wore many hats. Right? He was a political leader, as we know that he was one of the leaders in the ANC. He was a farmer very much embedded in his community and its well-being and understanding the importance of access to land and what land can offer. He was also a preacher in the community, in the church, and also a teacher as well. And this is what I want to zoom in on. He was a teacher teaching isiZulu, understanding the importance of African languages, but also Albert Luthuli was a teacher of music. Music was also very central to what he believed in. He was very passionate about what music can carry, what music can offer us. In his book, Let My People Go, he speaks about his role as a choir master. And this is what he says, I quote, with one other African teacher, I was appointed to the staff at Adams College. The subjects in which I specialized were isiZulu and music. At the end of my time at Adams, which was 13 years later, I had become the supervisor of teachers in training at outlying schools. And throughout these years, one job which I enjoyed immensely was that of being the college choir master. He sang and he led the choir in the school and also in his own home as well. He sang with his family members. So it is from this standpoint that we as the research chair also see the importance of centering music as a form of art that brings people together, understanding the power that lies in music, in communicating, in understanding music as a universal language. In 2007, the KwaZulu-Natal government established the Inkosi Albert Luthuli Choral Music Estate Fort. This estate fort seeks to utilize all forms of choral music making and associated activities in order to promote the legacies of Nkosi Albert Luthuli through focusing specifically on song, through imparting the message of what Luthuli stood for through song, through music, which is something that he was very passionate about as well. And as part of this choral competition, 2 songs were composed about Luthuli. The first song, Indiva Kamvumbi, was composed by Simon Ntombela, and it outlines the story of determination. We know as a people our complicated history, our painful history, and determination was one of the things that really propelled us and pulled us forward so that we can be able to always imagine and foresee a future where we would be liberated and free as a people. And the second song, which was composed by Professor Musa Xulu, is called Zabalaza Madlanduna. It's a historic epic song which relates to the highlights of Nkosi Albert Luthuli's life. As I indicated earlier, Nkosi Luthuli's work and his life really encompass many aspects of our lives in terms of religion, in terms of politics, in terms of education, and how all of these are important for social cohesion, for us reimagining our lives. This year, and this month in particular, the month of July, we commemorate 50 years of the untimely death of Albert Luthuli. We reflect on his life and the legacy he left us as a people of South Africa. As music was an integral part of his life, it is therefore befitting that we come together to collectively reflect on the role of music in social cohesion, as I've indicated, and global solidarities, understanding music as something that can connect us with the continent, that can connect us with the world more broadly. What are some of the ways in which we can draw from artistic expressions such as music to reimagine the possibilities of cultural diplomacy? I hope we will use these 2 days, colleagues, to reflect on this and many other questions around what the role of music can be as we continuously think about where we are in the world and where we would like to go in the future. And I would also like to thank Dr. Akon Nzuta, who has coordinated this colloquium, and to thank all the speakers who have heeded our call and accepted our invite. We look forward to the engagements as we collectively reflect on and reimagine cultural diplomacy, and as we reimagine the role of music in our lives. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the Chief Albert Luthuli Colloquium on South African Music Abroad. May it be a fruitful 2 days. Thank you very much. And now I hand over to Dr. Nzuta to contextualize the background of this program, but also to then give us an overview of what we can expect in the next 2 days. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Sekgalo, for that amazing welcome. And good morning to everyone gathered here. First of all, thank you, Prof. Sekgalo, for the context and introduction, but also for exploring the expansiveness of Chief Luthuli's legacy. So to all those gathered here, whether speakers, chairs, invited guests, those who are invested in this topic, it is a pleasure to welcome you. Thank you for helping us draw from significant themes in Chief Albert Luthuli's multifaceted legacy, the themes of music, culture, and cultural diplomacy. Together, we'll scratch the surface, only the surface of this until recently underexplored research area of South African cultural diplomacy post-1994. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Perfectly.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. All right. Although for this particular colloquium, we concentrate on research and practices as they relate to music, the concepts of cultural diplomacy, collaboration, and exchange affect many arts culture practitioners across the country, and not only those who work within music. And especially because we are such a young nation, a country of only 28 years old, our brand of cultural diplomacy has not been tested, nor has it been entirely embraced. So we still have a lot to reflect on, to test, to consider, but also to practice and think about this practice. So we know, for instance, that cultural diplomacy has been traditionally defined in political terms for purposes of peace, security. The concept is often expressed as culture undertaking a political mission, as cultural workers getting entangled in hard politics, or as something governments do and not necessarily something artists do or participate in for bettering the relations of countries. So cultural workers are often suggested as the vehicle for the peace-building mission. And in the South African context, not enough has been documented about artists as ambassadors in collaboration with government, or how artists envision cultural exchange or the experiences at the coalface and front lines of cultural diplomacy and making meaning of sharing their socio-political realities with those in very distant lands for the national interest. Some music practitioners who pursue cultural collaboration, for instance, have suggested that they do so to embody Ubuntu, or the principle of sharing our humanity, which incidentally is what the South African foreign policy of Ubuntu is premised on. So this colloquium follows the thread of previous webinars we have hosted here at the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair since February, which have focused on cultural management education as it relates to music students. Like the previous webinars, the colloquium is part of the project called Musoculture, a music and public policy series, which is funded by the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences. It is a project aimed at engaging arts, culture, and heritage stakeholders in dialogue about cultural policy, but also to highlight how different areas of macro public policy intersect music practice and impact the sustainability of music careers in South Africa. So I'm very excited to be hosting this colloquium, and to finally be able to delve into some of these topics, some of the spectrum of conversations, particularly involved in cultural diplomacy, cultural collaboration, cultural exchange, as they relate to South African music. The objective of the colloquium itself is to examine the subject of South African music in other territories, foreign or familiar, through various lenses. So for this purpose, we have contributions from a variety of stakeholders as diverse as those in public policy making, cultural management, history, musicology, the music industry, language studies, and more. And so the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair has invited pioneers in post-1994 cultural diplomacy research, in music industry research and practice during the democratic era, specifically, cultural policy makers, musicians who have made music across borders, and musicologists who have undertaken research in topics intertwined with South African music abroad. We've also invited a scholar in music and diplomacy, music and politics, and one who has focused on the history of the music of the USA in foreign territories. So we've invited Professor Danielle Fossler-Lussier to give the keynote tomorrow afternoon and to offer some of the meanings of one country's musics in other countries. It is a privilege to finally be able to explore the following issues through the presentations we have here today and tomorrow. Issues such as what the presence of the absence of South African music on various platforms across the world means, right? So it's not just about the presence, but the absence also makes it's significant. How to make sense of music from South Africa in an ambassadorial role outside the country. What implications of power there are, in fact, in the presence of South African music abroad and in cultural diplomacy itself. What resources are needed to make South African music not only more visible abroad, but also generative for the cultural community and the nation in the long term. The language of cultural administrators is also interesting. So how do they use this language to create opportunities for South African music abroad? How do we make government, or how do we engage with government to expand how it formulates ideas around international exchange, right? How do we expand government speak on exchange and collaboration in relation to culture? And in fact, we should also explore, and we probably will, why any of this is important at all, why it matters, right? So subsequent to the change in political climate in 1994, after 1994, South African music has seen an increased presence internationally within, as well as beyond the frameworks of peace and security, nurturing political networks, capacity building, and furthering economic agendas. So the diverse presentational formats at the colloquium will articulate some of these frameworks and other presences to date. They will also explore some of the possibilities to date. We have paper presentations, a discussion panel, a conversation session about chorale music abroad specifically, which is also an area that's not been explored very much. We have an information session about a new music conference, which has ideals of collaboration. And we have the keynote address at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. So today we begin the session titled, we begin with a session, and it's titled South African Music Abroad in Apartheid and Democracy. The session is from 11:45 to 12:30, and we'll then have lunch. We'll break for an hour for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. And then we will have a discussion panel on the policies that move South African music abroad, which will start from 1:30, 13:30, to 3:30, which is 15:30. And that will be the end of it for today, right? That will be the end of the colloquium for today. And then we come back again tomorrow, and we begin at 10:15 in the morning. On both days, we'll have the colloquium program downloadable here on MS Teams. with the biographies of all participants included. I will now introduce and hand over to the chair of the first session, Dr. Lance Nawa, who is one of the pioneers of research on cultural diplomacy in South Africa during democracy. Dr. Lance Nawa is a cultural activist, an award-winning creative writer and academic. He obtained his PhD from the University of South Africa with cultural policy as his specialization. He has taught at tertiary institutions such as Vista University, which is now part of the University of Pretoria. He's taught at Tshwane University of Technology and Hildesheim University in Germany. He also has 25 years of experience in South Africa's arts, culture, and heritage sector in capacities such as researcher, lecturer, author, poet, journalist, book reviewer, and a member of various organizations, councils, and boards. Dr. Nawa has presented papers at national and international conferences and published extensively in peer-reviewed academic journals. He's co-edited the book Theatre and Transition, Artistic Processes and Cultural Policy in South Africa, and was the editor of the book Culture and Liberation Struggle in South Africa, From Colonialism to Post-Apartheid. Dr. Nawa has also published a book of short stories called Wandering Tributaries, a book of poetry called Through the Eye of the Needle, and a book of nonfiction called Bila Bila, the Best Restitution Model in South Africa. Dr. Nawa has
Dr. Nzuta, you're muted, or we can't hear you anymore. Still can't hear you. I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
Okay, let me pick myself up.
Yeah, I also can't hear Dr. Akon.
Yeah. Me too, I can't hear her.
Oh, okay. Dr. Akon, maybe just check your computer, your audio again. I'm not sure what happened. Doesn't look like you're muted, so I'm not sure what's wrong. But it looks like she's frozen now. Okay.
Can you hear me now, Prof?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So I was reading the biography of Dr. Nawa, and I'd rather hand over to him and suggest that for the rest of his biography, everybody looks at the attachment on the program for both days, which is going to be available here on MS Teams. We've got biographies for every single person who's participated here. So I'll hand over to Dr. Nawa right now, because unfortunately, I think my something is unstable on my other computer. So I will just mute myself. Thank you very much and welcome everyone. Dr. Nawa, over to you.
Pula.
Pula.
Jambo Africa. Thank you very much, colleagues, for inviting me to this auspicious occasion. It feels like I'm in a middle of a confluence, an interaction of my own thoughts and those of others, which have been simmering for over decades, and is coming now to flow currently. In a way, it's almost as if we're a wish of my mentor, icon Lefifi Tladi, who often says oases must visit each other. In Soto, you would say mwe dilemwe letswana. I'm saying this is a confluence of my ideas and those of others, because in 2017, I co-authored an academic article with Professor Mugobani George, titled Music as Implicit Cultural Policy in South Africa. It was published online on African Musicology. In this article, the focus was on some South African musicians like Sello Galane, Ruzani Mukwebo, and Kakati Tsisikule. However, the context was in Africa, in which we shared insight on how music over time was used as cultural policy in Africa, to an extent that the kora music or the kora music instrument itself even became a symbol of communication across seas. As you know, at a time when we used to use postcards and stamps, the kora music instrument used to be used as a stamp, in Senegal in particular and other countries, as a way to communicate to the world through that image. Now, for me, that was, the pinnacle of what music can do as a medium of communication across nations and across generations. Postscript to this, I have come to learn that Thomas Sankara, is the one who actually composed this country's own national anthem. And here you have an interface of a president of a country and an artist who, highlight the importance of the culture in a country's development. And as we are sitting here today also, this is a June month, on 16 July 1963, our mother, the legendary Miriam Makeba, addressed the UN at the time when she was in exile, and she used to be an ambassador of many African countries. That's why she was chosen for this particular, event, and others to follow later. So this for me is an important context, that I'm referring to from one particular publication. And then there is this publication that Dr. Akona has just spoken about. This is a publication that I think, all of you us here and beyond, that universities and schools we should have. There you can see Mama Makeba in military combat with a rifle. There you see the, Kenneth Kaunda on. This book was published 2 days, before Kenneth Kaunda passed away, just a year ago or so. So the Miriam Makeba there as an icon for this book. Now, in this book, the subject of culture and the liberation struggle, which is another component of this colloquium, was addressed extensively for the first time in the history of this country, by people who were in the trenches themselves. And just to cite a few, some of whom are in this room as we speak, Eugene Skieff, I saw his name. There is an article, of Eugene sharing with us experiences of the artist in London. And it has very rare photographs here of musicians like Louis Moholo, Pinesi Soul, I think also one of the participants, Glenn Masokwane, is also in one of these rare pictures here. You have also Non-Hula Daziloana, a very rare picture which was seen for the first time in public in this book. And so you have other chapters on music by Ndamato George Mugovani on choral music. You have a chapter by Vukile Pokwane, which for the first time shows Charlotte Mashek in one of the tours in London as an artist. So I can list a few other chapters, but in short, each one of you, would be advised to really get this. We are busy now on a second volume of this book and a second edition. The second edition, there is an attempt, to translate this in Kiswahili. So this is a very seminal book, on that we are dealing with from a musical, point of view and a cultural liberation struggle. Now, that should be the end of the commercial break. But I was just trying to contextualize what we are expected to be sharing, in this colloquium. And as I conclude this context, may I also remind you that in 2010, the Minister of International Relations, Franz Mann, declared the process to draft a cultural policy in this country, and was supported by Minister of Mashatile then of Arts and Culture. A few years later, we are yet to see that happening. So we are only having declarations, etc., but the implementation is something else. So this is a context, which I understand this debate, and I'm privileged, therefore, to sharing this session in which I am informed. It is in two, sections. For now, we are going to be having, a presentation by a musician himself, Adam Glasser, and then there's going to be also a presentation by Ms. Jafta and Professor Twala later. So I take it this means the time that allocated would be shared with, between these two presentations. My assumption is also that after each presentation, there'll be a few minutes or so for discussions, questions from my side and the participants. And I would prefer that after the presentation, it be the attendees themselves rather than me who's engaging with the text. And having said that, I just seen Adam have just been admitted. I'm not sure if he has taken his breath already to start giving us a presentation. As Dr. Akona said, all our biographies are there somehow, attached in some of the documents. So I would not be reading them, but rather ask if the presenter so wishes, can quickly introduce himself briefly and then get into the presentation. I see you, Adam. Welcome, and I give the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I just check if everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll start straight on. Now, I've got, obviously this is a huge subject, and I guess I've got 20 minutes, have I, from now, or roughly speaking, because the various options I can do to, if you could just give me an idea of the time. I thought we were going to start at 10:45, but I'm happy to start now.
Yes, Adam, we have two sessions between now until 12:30.
Great. Okay, well, I'll dive straight in. I'm delighted to be here because this is a subject very close to my heart, South African music abroad. And just for people who don't know me, I grew up in South Africa. My father was the musical director of King Kong, and I saw it when I was 5 years old. And I spent much of my teenage years in Johannesburg aspiring to hang out and learn from musicians that knew my father or were associated with him. And this led to some memorable encounters at Dorkey House, such as with the saxophonist Mackay Davash shortly before he passed away in January 1972, and a very young Barney Ratchabani, who dared me to drive him on the back of my 49cc motorbike to Alex Township, which I declined. And he said, "You're scared." But I did ride to Soweto, into Soweto to Uncle Tom's Hall, where I saw Mackay's funeral. And I was also part of this hippie kind of crowd at Wits, listening to Julian Bahula and Lucky Ranku with Malombo, or Alan Kwela playing in the students' bar. Or, I remember seeing Johnny Clegg and being very jealous of him talking to a security guard in fluent Zulu. But then when I came to London in the mid-70s to stay with my father, and I became active in the music scene here in the mid-80s. And this gives me a somewhat unique view of the subject, because I think I'm one of the few South African musicians in London that's still actually gigging and working and trying to do some kind of South African music. So in this time, I think the thing that I can most do is to flag what I think are important signposts, encourage exploration, attention to lesser known but highly significant South African jazz artists and their recordings, their biographies, their stories, their songs, which deserve to be more widely known in secondary and further educational. Just for the record, I've not been involved in universities much, but I've been doing a lot of music education workshops in South Africa and here with primary school and secondary school. So that's my area of expertise. The pandemic, as we know, has caused musicians like myself with no gigs to expand their activities. And a highlight of my research was delivering a lecture last year on King Kong at the request of Dr. Ismail Mohammedan, which led me to a lot of fascinating research, including original sources of material such as my parents' archives and cuttings, scores and programs relating to their musical and literary activities in the late 1950s and early 1960s. And also, I took time to explore the work of others. There's Professor Chris Ballantyne's well-known book on Marabi and reading widely, but I also came and began to value more South African academic research from experts, such as Dr. Lindelwa Delamba, whose work led me to discoveries of texts and music that I was hitherto unaware of. And specifically two things in this area, and this is going to be a kind of theme of my talk, if I can flag, if you like, for further exploration, important works. Now, there's an outstanding biography of Chris McGregor written by his wife, Maxine. It's very hard to get now. I found I had my copy on eBay, not eBay, on Amazon cost £90, but it's an absolutely extraordinary reference text for the Blue Notes and Chris McGregor and how they left South Africa. And Maxine, as some of you may know, was a journalist and writer in her own right. And so this is like an absolutely seminal text, which I would rate as important in the history of South African music abroad as Hugh Masekela's biography, Still Grazing. So that was one thing I learned from Lindelwa's writings. Another thing that she mentioned, which is again part of the early wave of South Africans that came here, is the album by Gwigwi Mrwebe, who, along with Dudu Pokwana and Ronnie Beer and Chris McGregor, recorded a small band album here in London with 3 horn voicings, and it's an absolutely brilliant exposition of South African small band playing at the time. The only other comparable album is the famous, better known Jazz Epistles Verse 1. Now, Gwigwi's album is not nearly at the artistic level with respect to the Jazz Epistles Verse 1, but again, looking at this from an educator's point of view and from the value of activities here in London, I think that's a masterful recording. And to hear Chris playing in a small band, comping, soloing, and the voicing and the inflections of the horns is really inspiring. So again, part of my remit here, if you like, is to encourage people to put these texts, these works on academic curriculums, whether it's doctoral theses or whether it's primary school, because this is part of, I feel, about forming a common language and common reference points. So just carrying on, the arrival of King Kong in London in February 1961 and that of Chris McGregor and the Blue Notes a few years later is pretty well documented. And it's not an era that I personally lived through. But on the evidence that now remains, it struck me that London is arguably the city with the longest history of evolving South African jazz communities outside of South Africa itself. And there are several strands which I've fed this activity. Now, my ideas are not fully formed on this. And I note that my friend and collaborator Eugene Skeef is with us. And I was going to mention him because, well, I'll come to that in a second. So this community has been enriched by several tendencies of South African artists who've been in shows that came to London, like King Kong, which obviously had the Manhattan Brothers and other important people. But then London forms a kind of like a springboard for doing stuff in Europe and the north of England. So the Manhattan Brothers, after King Kong folded here, had some considerable success touring cabaret venues in the north of England and in Europe, but they artistically, they never broke through. Now, I'm just wondering, I have some 3 or 4 very short videos, and I wonder if it's appropriate for me to maybe just share those now, or I'm not quite sure if this is that kind of lecture where people are sharing audio or content. If we have time.
Go ahead, Adam, if you're able to do it technically, it's fine.
Yeah. Now, again, I've got them all lined up here, but I might have a bit of, I'm not that familiar with Teams. I'm a Zoom guy, if I can put it that way. So if somebody could just talk me, I've got the video right here, but there's one which I want to show you in particular, which is a combination, it's a couple of minutes long, which is Princess Patience Twabe and also Robert Sitoli, who I'll talk about, and also the Manhattan Brothers. So,
my good sir, if you look at your screen, there's a leave button. On the left, there's a share button. Perfect.
Yeah. So can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Great.
We seem to have lost audio. Can somebody assist there, please? If you can all hear me.
Mr. Mabona, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure if his PC froze or it's just the audio that we can hear.
Right.
Well, as we are still waiting, may I just also, hello, Adam, are you now through? Are you coming through, Adam? No, it's not. May I also acknowledge Dr. Akona as the editor, one of the consulting editors of the book and a contributor of a chapter on cultural policy. And as we are waiting for Adam, and perhaps just to say to Akona, share a few insights on what some ruptures and power and struggles in South African national cultural policy discourse within the context of what we are discussing today. If you wish, Akona, very briefly.
Dr. Now, I don't have the book in front of me right now, but I guess this is helpful in some ways in keeping activity going right now. But maybe let's talk about the book later, because I'm also trying to assist with getting the technical issues out of the way on email.
That's a nice diplomatic way of getting out of an ambush, Dr. Connor. Yes. Eugene, my elder, Adam happens to mention you after I've done that. So it means you also have a very important, contribution to make to the discourse as we are waiting for the technical glitches to be, corrected. May I also share on the screen another picture from, Eugene's chapter? It shows, various artists, John Matikiza, Mbulelo Mzamani, and it's a very rare picture. To take off from where Adam was at. Eugene, do you want to briefly speak to us about these confluences, these oases which are meeting today?
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that interruption. I'll continue. That everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes. Great. So I'll continue. So that particular video, I tried to put together a few examples of people who I felt kind of influenced the jazz scene enormously here, and that deserve more attention. Princess Patience, not so much, but Robert Sitoli, who I had the good fortune to do a project with in the late 80s, is arguably one of the most underrated South African jazz musicians ever. What he could do on a penny whistle, playing chromatically, and with jazz vocabulary, and as a composer, is staggering. And so I guess I would flag him as somebody that's deserving of a lot more attention. So just coming back again to other people that I think are really important. In the early 80s, when I began to be active in this scene, there were 3 South African jazz groups, a group led by Julian Bahula, another by Dudu Pokwana called Zila, which I was involved with as a keyboard player, and the group led by drummer Brian Abrahams, Mervyn Africa, and guitarist Russell Herman called District 6. And the personnel in these bands were not exclusively South African, and many UK musicians were involved as permanent members of the band, whose idiom spanned everything from completely free blue notes, avant-garde legacy type sounds, to more straight ahead and bakanga. Dudu in particular had a huge influence on many of the younger British jazz musicians, of which the best examples are to be found in the seminal 1980s big band Loose Tubes, in which Tebi Lipere figured prominently on percussion. Another strand of South African jazz activity came from visits by individual musicians hoping for a chance to prove themselves outside of South Africa, and the most successful example of which was Becky Mseleku, whose collaboration with the outstanding British flautist and composer Eddie Parker led directly to a massive jump in his profile in the US via a recording contract with Polydor and the seminal album Celebration, with luminaries such as Marvin Smitty Smith, Pharoah Sanders, and Joe Henderson, and they played it at Montreux Jazz Festival. This kind of thing was possible in London because there was already an expatriate community, and people like Robert or Bekim Seleko had huge amount of help from the community, and there were some key figures. And one of them is with us here today, Eugene Skeef, who is probably got a huge, probably more knowledgeable than anybody else about this. He could be giving this lecture. I mean, I'm giving it as a practitioner, keyboard player, but he was a community figure and knew everybody and has the same kind of memory about what went on. He's got one of these brilliant memories. So at some point, Eugene, you have to do one of these lectures, giving your side of the story. But let me just continue. Although many South African jazz musicians went to the States, there's not the same record of collaboration with US musicians, resulting in classic albums or classic bands. I think I'm safe in making that generalization, with the exception, of course, of the album Union of South Africa, which was the legendary album of Caiphus Semenya, Jonas Gwangwa, and Hugh Masekela. I mean, incredible album, but there didn't seem to be like a South African community of gigging musicians and people hanging out. There weren't musicals that went there that fed the thing, or if there were musicals, there were things like The Lion King, which tended to have a different kind of actor, singer, less of a sort of hard-bitten jazz person. So moving on from that, there's also the fact that London, I think, has produced some of the best South African jazz albums in the repertoire. For example, Jonas Gwangwa's Flower of the Nation was recorded in a London studio with a combination of South African and UK musicians. Hugh Masekela's 1974 album, Home is Where the Music Is, produced by Caiphus Semenya, in my opinion, an absolutely brilliant seminal album, was recorded in London with a mixture of American musicians and South Africans, Makaya Nchoko on drums, who was a member of the Jazz Epistles, some of you may remember. And so the stability of the London jazz scene gave a band such as Zila, Dudu's Zila, a foothold in Europe. And many of the incarnations of the band toured there, including myself in 1985-86. We recorded the album Zila 86 here, and we went on a tour to Spain and Italy and so on, and Belgium. But the preeminent lineup of Dudu's band, again, I'm just giving a subjective artistic opinion, the preeminent lineup of the A-team of his band is evidenced in the album Live at Bracknell and Willisau, which included Pinisa Saul, Lucky Ranku, leading UK composer and virtuoso keyboard player Django Bates, as well as Tevi Liperi on percussion and Churchill Jolobi on drums, who you saw in that little clip that I just played. And the combination of powerful songwriting and group expression makes this, in my humble opinion, one of the best modern South African jazz albums ever made, and hugely inspiring. Sorry, somebody wanted to say something? No, okay, I'll continue. Just find my text right. Yeah, and when I joined this lineup, that was a hard act to follow. A number of lesser known but highly significant musicians passed through London. The guitarist from Durban, Duze Mahlobo, who collaborated with Bekim Seleku, and percussionist Eugene Skeef, hugely important cultural figure, Eugene here, and mentor of South African art, still active in London. They did this incredible gig at a place called the Vulture's Perch, and Duze and Bekim Seleku did a duo gig at the bass clef, which was absolutely incredible. So, you know, in terms of the resources of the internet today and the skills available to professional academic researchers, it would be amazing to try and find more evidence, more artifacts of these collaborations, which were kind of quite transient, but nevertheless hugely important. My own involvement with Zila began in the 80s, thanks to the bassist Ernest Motley recommending me, who I'd met, you know, in those days of hanging at Dorkay House. And life in London then was by no means easy, but there were many pub gigs, fewer festivals, and relatively cheap living conditions and rents. I mean, today, if somebody asked me to put a band together of South African musicians in London, I'd be really hard struck, because there just aren't the same number of people here. And those that have come over here, of the younger generation, like Bokani Daya, have come here, done a few gigs, collaborated and gone back, or had some sort of supported gigging in Switzerland. Or you've got musicians who massively successful in the classical scene, like Jabula Madlala, hugely respected opera singer, Abel Seloachwe, he's a star. I mean, people know him now as a creative performer, as an excellent classical player. So the kind of scene has changed in that way. Let's just see what else. Oh yes, so another significant thing for me, which I think we saw the Manhattan Brothers, when the Manhattan Brothers basically went into a sleeping mode until the release of Nelson Mandela and the concert in April 1990 of celebrating his release. And they reformed, and I became their pianist, and we did a lot of different kinds of gigs. We went to some were just functions, some were stuff at the High Commission. We did a few little theatre gigs. We took part in some documentaries. But one significant gig was that we, again, being in London, we did a collaboration with the Joe Zawinul Syndicate and went to Vienna. And that was a massively important, which sadly never went further, but it was a connection between, you could say, an Mbakanga vocal group and like jazz musicians of the highest level. And then there was a band called the Township Comets, which I formed with Chris Batchelor, who also a British trumpet player, who went who also played with Dudu, and we had a residency. And the key vehicle was we were doing the music of Dudu Pukwana with Penisa Saul as the lead vocalist. And I've got a clip to play you, but I think I might do that in a moment in case I get bumped off by technology. But I'm aware that I've taken nearly half an hour, and I would like to leave some time. But just by way of ending, I'd like to make a reference to a couple of the previous lectures in this series, which I found fascinating. One in particular, the one about cultural diplomacy. And of course, South Africans have done a lot of gigs at the High Commission. People are often asked for South African music, South African jazz, this cultural card. And there are various iterations of this. Some of this are just going to be plain, cod dancing and feathers type stuff. Others are going to be like really serious, jazz musicians and and artists. And so, in the area of cultural diplomacy, a lot of it has been dependent on the particular time of a High Commissioner. That's my experience. And two of the highlights were when Cheryl Carolus was High Commissioner here in the early 2000s, and you saw that clip of that concert of the Manhattan Brothers. We performed with a big band, collaborating British jazz musicians, opening this massive festival. And then another highlight was when Lindiwe Mabuza was High Commissioner, and she had a particular feel for the arts and organized a lot of artistic collaborations. And in fact, that's where, the last time I was with Becky Mseleku was at the South African High Commission for a dinner, which she hosted, back in around 2005. And then, of course, if there was more time, I would love to reference in the lecture on South African music in the cities. I think a lot of the points that were made in that lecture earlier on apply to London in terms of the demographic, in terms of what kind of economic existence one can eke out with a mixture of teaching or gigging or so on. And of course, that's a huge subject. But I think, folks, that I'll draw to an end here. If people are interested, I do have a couple of other little videos to play you. One of Penisa Saul at the Vortex. But I'll hand back to the chair and just I'm in your hands as to what you'd like to do next.
Thank you, Adam. What I pick up from your presentation is that in our saliva we have oceans and oceans of water that we want to pour out there. Yeah, and I don't know how many centuries it will take for the volume, to be accommodated. But thank you very much. You took us through a lot of, epochs and so on, from King Kong to where we are. And what I liked in particular towards the end, you put this in together to reference of Lindiwe Mabuza and Cheryl Carolus at that diplomatic tip end. And I think this is where we are trying to get at, to say the manifestation of all these efforts in terms of expression, what are they, and so on. And I would wish that we try to get that, as I gave Eugene a platform to briefly, given what I've just said, that in our saliva there are oceans, and unfortunately our time is so short to pour out, but I take it so far we have done extremely well, and I'm just aware of time because there are some other presentation that we have to finish at 12:30. So thank you very much, Adam. I hope Akona and the organizers, you are putting together a package of all of these things, even videos that were not shown and so on, that we can share together. Thank you very much, Adam. Eugene, very briefly, on the chat box, you and I have been giving each other some, tips on how to pitch, for a few minutes, because we still have another presentation to accommodate. Thank you very much. You are muted, Eugene. Unmute.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for that. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to say anything, but I was trying to say thank you to both of you, Lance and Adam, for your endorsements and affirmations, and making me feel more holy myself than I possibly was before this beautifully stimulating lecture. I'll be very brief. Adam has said more than anyone could say about the subject of the vitality and importance of the South African community in the UK in general, but in London in particular, and the massive influence that we all had, both within our own community in exile, but also extending to the rest of the UK communities. We were a very vital force in re-energizing people and regenerating this sense of being through culture, music in particular, but not music exclusively. So having said that, I'd like to draw our attention to a notion that I call African holism, whereby the typically European compartmentalization of the arts is causes a problem when you come to contemplate or consider creativity from the African continent. So even though Adam was speaking about music primarily, he knows as well as I do that actually music was maybe the bonding, was the adhesive, but not the only facet. It's just one facet, not completely the whole of what we stood for. So I'll draw your attention to the photograph that Lance, when Adam was showing us the film, Lance had just set me up, had requested me maybe to talk a little more about this particular picture that is in the book that he edited, that he displayed to us. So I'm looking at the picture now, and it's a whole lot of us South Africans in exile in London, in an area called Covent Garden, one of the most sought after cultural destinations, where you have the Royal Opera, and things like that. And we are straddling a street called King Street, on which used to be the Africa Center, where Adam and I and many other South Africans frequented. to engage in cultural activities. That picture is historic in that we had just come from setting up PITSO, a non-partisan cultural organization. And I stress that non-partisan because in exile, the musicians, we as artists, serve the purpose of bringing everybody together. So you have Nandipa, I'm in the center there. Nandipa is the woman in the beautiful long dress standing to the right, standing in front of Piti Gantuli, sculptor, to the right of Lionel Nakane, filmmaker. And to his left, we have John Machigiza, who was involved in theater, poetry, and music. We have Mbulelo Mzamane, intellectual. We've got Cosmo Peterson at the back there. We've got Uchebe Masogwane, who Lance spoke about, filmmaker. So we've got all the art forms together. But what music did, what we as musicians did, was that we were the bonding force. We were actually the healers. We brought everybody together. The guy to my left, with the stylish young Sowetan, Justice Mabena, took his life, sadly. So we were part of a group that made sure that we sustain our lives, that we try and be well, because exile was very taxing. So without going on much further than that, I'm just wanting to accentuate the fact that the force of music is even more than just playing gigs, at festivals. We were actually a healing force. And I was close to both Robert Sitole and Patience Kuabe that Adam mentioned. And again, through that same initiative of music being a pulling together and healing vibe, if you like. I think that's enough for me to say.
Thank you very much, Eugene. You just nailed it. If I can quote you, the force of music is more than just playing gigs, close quote. I think you have just summed it up very well. Thank you very much for sharing with us the archival knowledge of where we've been and efforts taken, as I say, baby steps of today are giant leaps of tomorrow. Folks, this is 8 minutes past 12. There's still another session, until 12:30. We have almost taken, more than 38 minutes on this session. I'm not sure how we're going to make justice to the other one. I want to stand directed, Dr. Akona, what must I do? Should I allow comments or move straight into the next session?
No, Dr. Now, actually, there's still space since we're running into lunch. There needs to be another presentation now. And then after that presentation, which is the co-presentation by Prof. Chichatwala and Keenan Jafta. So they need to present for 20 minutes. And then we can have a Q&A maybe of both papers at the end, running into lunch if some people would like to stay, but we have a lunch break between 12:30 and 1:30. The next session only starts at 1:30.
So this session is now with Professor Twala is the one immediately after this one, right?
He is part of this session. He's co-presenting with Ms. Jafta.
Okay. So I take it we should now be getting to that session. May I suggest that those who have questions or comments on the presentation by Adam and comments by Eugene, please put them on a chat box, and then we will try to summarize them and see, as we are going to be having a discussion, and see if we can slot, a quick response to that. Because otherwise it would be unfair to the other presentation. We're only left with 20 minutes now, until 12:30. But I'm sure, as Akona says, we can eat into the lunch time. If that's okay with you guys, that's my suggestion, that we should, drop some notes in a chat box about this presentation and move immediately into the next presentation on liberation protest songs as liberation tools in South Africa and the diaspora, Ms. Kenan Jafta and Prof. Twala, please introduce yourself and go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nawa. Good afternoon, colleagues and guests. I hope everyone can hear me. Can I just get confirmation?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair for this opportunity and Dr. Nzuta for the invitation. I'd like to extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of Dr. Twala, who will unfortunately not be able to join us today. He is currently at the University of Ghana for a seminar, and he informed me earlier that there are student disruptions, so he is unable to join us. But if it would be okay, I will be proceeding with the presentation.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share a PDF presentation just to highlight some of the core aspects that we looked at with this paper. So this paper, titled Liberation Protest Songs as a Liberation Tool in South Africa and the Diaspora, sort of piggybacked off my MA dissertation that Prof. Twala and I worked on last year, which was titled Mapping Liberation Through Song, the Impact of Anti-Apartheid Popular Music and Protest Liberation Songs in South Africa in the Diaspora between 1915 and 1994. So essentially at the core of this paper and today's presentation was the desire to understand how protest and liberation songs impacted the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa and in the diaspora as well. So it's argued that this paper wanted to produce a multidimensional view of liberation songs, artists that participated in liberation songs, state responses to liberation songs in terms of censorship and artist suppression, as well as how liberation songs fostered cultural diplomacy and collaboration, which I assume is the theme for this colloquium. So yeah, to get right into it. As I said, the background of this presentation today and the study that we did was based on the premise that cultural resistance played an important role in integrating the anti-apartheid message into everyday society, and that music in particular was fundamental in expressing the dissatisfaction with the political, social, and economic disparities as a consequence of the racist and discriminatory regime in South Africa. So some of the fundamental aspects that we looked at was the evolution of protest songs from the inception of apartheid in the late 1940s until the dawn of democracy. We looked at how liberation songs sort of evolved from the beginning and how they reflected the era and how artists sort of incorporated the feelings of the masses into their songs and used it as a tool for resistance to pressurize the apartheid regime, as well as to conscientize the international community about the ills of apartheid. So in the 1950s, we looked at how there was a rise in a political consciousness and subversive music, how artists like Dorothy Masuka and Vuyisile Mini, they sort of used their voices figuratively and literally as patrons of the anti-apartheid movement, how they contributed to creating a lot of these protest songs that are so fundamental today in any sort of liberation movement. Dr. Twala and I were discussing it the other day when we were looking back at the Fees Must Fall movement, how there were these masses of students that were singing these songs in unison, trying to convey a particular message, but had no real historiographical background of where these songs came from or what the nature was, the climate was in the country at the time when these artists produced these songs. And then we also looked at how the state responded, the anti-apartheid the apartheid government, the National Party, how they responded to these anti-apartheid songs and to artists who tried to maximize the everyday real life experiences of those who lived under the oppression and experienced the oppression of apartheid. So we looked at mechanisms such as Radio Bantu, and then how Radio Freedom was established as a counter to because Radio Bantu was used to advocate for separate development. So despite it being multicultural and multilinguistic, the National Party government sort of tried to use it to reinforce ideas of separate development and separate culture and race. And then we see in response how the ANC establishes Radio Freedom, which was later called the Voice of Freedom, and how that was used as a means, although unfortunately it couldn't operate within the borders of South Africa, how it was used as a tool to unify voices that protested against this oppressive regime, not just within South Africa, but as well as in the international community. And we see how exile played a large role and activities within exile played a large role in pressuring the apartheid government, as well as pressuring entities outside the country to become patrons of the anti-apartheid movement. So we looked as well at how, yes, sorry, in the chat, Prof. Sakiba is part of the colloquium today. His literature in terms of Radio Bantu and guerrilla radios played a huge role in this paper and in this presentation, because it gives us a multidimensional view, not just of the nature of protest songs, but as well as the mechanisms that we use to promote these songs, and how there's sort of this power play between the apartheid state as well as liberation movements in exiles to get this message across. We also looked at how codified censorship and police harassment intensified as an aim to those artists that did stay behind, how the apartheid regime attempted to suppress their voices. And at a later stage, I'll show you some very lovely images of artists and archival material and how they went about using it as a form to silence musicians, both locally and internationally. And then we also see in exile how groups like the Mayibuya cultural groups, as well as the Amandla cultural groups, traveled across Europe and across Africa to share these protest songs and these liberation songs, I suppose on behalf of artists who were silenced either by censorship by the SABC or who were forced out of the country, like Miriam Makeba, who was persona non grata in the country, and how that spread the message of the liberation movement. And then we looked lastly at operations within the country, being that censorship was so stringent and police harassment sort of choked, if I can use that metaphor, artists that attempted to use political rhetoric in their songs. We see how artists had to navigate the stringency of censorship, and we see movements like the Full Frame movement, where you have this group of Afrikaners and Afrikaans-speaking white people who become confrontational and radical about their message for equality and the dismantling of apartheid, and how cultural boycotts, both internationally and locally, I mean, the Sun Valley, the artists against apartheid, the Sun City artists against apartheid, how that collaboration fostered a space for artists to become more radical in the nature of their protest songs. And then as well, the aim of the study, as I mentioned earlier, to produce a multidimensional view. And I hope, it's sad that we don't have as much time to go into detail about exactly who the artists were and how they maneuvered censorship and how there was this fostering of international solidarity and collaboration. But it is important that it is highlighted exactly how important music in particular was in the cultural resistance, and why I suppose the ANC chose to lean so heavily during the midst of apartheid on their cultural arm. So if you can see, I hope you can still see the presentation. On the left here, we have a picture of Ma'am Dorothy Masuka, who was one of the pioneers of Black female artists who was relentless and I suppose radical about using her voice and her gift, if I can say it in that way, to promote this message of anti-apartheid rhetoric in songs. In the 1950s, Umam Dorothy produced songs such as Dr. Malan and Chief Luthuli and Lumumba, who highlighted aspects of oppression that weren't typically discussed head on, if I can say it that way. Like with Dr. Malan, she challenged the Prime Minister directly in his songs and criticized him for the oppression of the regime. She highlighted the assassination of Congolese Prime Minister and Pan-African father Patrice Lumumba, and we see how the early stages of censorship, how the government seized those copies of her songs and banned her and essentially forced her into exile. How fundamental that historiography is, but how often it's left out of mainstream history and rhetoric. And then on the right-hand side is a picture of Jaluka Band. I suppose most of us are familiar with Mr. Johnny Clegg and Mr. Mtuna, and how they challenged the apartheid regime through their music, but not just their music, but how the music. I mean, it wasn't typical during that era where separate development was encouraged so fiercely for a white man to be singing in Zulu and to be wearing Zulu attire, performing to multiracial audiences. And you see how state censorship targeted them and harassed them, specifically how the SABC refused to play their album Universal Man, even though it was internationally renowned as well. These I call them unsung heroes, are often so neglected in liberation music, and the part that they played is sometimes minimized. But I think in terms of discussing cultural diplomacy and collaboration, it's important that these artists and the songs that they used are highlighted more frequently. And then lastly, here I have archival material. On the left is a record kept by Paul Erasmus, who was a security police officer, and he was tasked with surveilling Roger Lucy, who also vehemently produced the message of anti-apartheid rhetoric, but also told stories of real life experiences of those that were living under the oppression of apartheid. So this archival document here titled it records how Paul Erasmus followed Roger Lucy, what his movements were on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour basis. And then on the right is an SABC lyric sheet where artists who wanted their music played on mainstream radio at the time, Radio Bantu on the SABC, had to submit lyric sheets where their lyric sheets were interrogated. And if there was any content that the SABC felt was too radical or contained too much political rhetoric, then they would simply ban your song and physically scratch the I suppose at that time it was LPs or cassettes, so it couldn't be played anymore, and how artists would be blacklisted. on these lyric sheets, it would say like not to play this song or not to play this artist's song. But yeah, I think at the core of this paper, to try and understand like the extent to which liberation songs and protest music, the role that it played in the liberation struggle, I think it highlighted not only how much is neglected and undermined in liberation historiography, but also opened a door to how much more can be explored in terms of protest and liberation songs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenan. Let me share with you a personal anecdote. About 2 weeks ago, my dog at home shredded my passport and visa. I was supposed to attend a writers' conference in Nigeria, which was a follow-up to a 1962 writers' conference in Makerere University. Unbeknown to me, I couldn't fly. I was returned from the airport because my passport was obviously dismantled and so on. Unbeknown to me, at the conference, I was supposed to be a surprise of a very prestigious award called the Esteemed Patron of the Arts Award, together with the President of Ghana, President and Deputy President of Nigeria, and eminent playwrights like Femi Ofisan. So you can imagine the horror that I failed to make the trip, but more importantly, I didn't know I was going to be sharing the stage with, such luminaries to receive an award, which hasn't arrived, by the way. The point I'm getting at, Kiane, is that the universe has a way of shining a spotlight on people. The absence of Professor Twala, regrettable as it is, because we obviously would have wanted to share the insight with. But there you are, you pulled it off very well. You presented very mind-boggling archival material, which again brings me to the these things, which that indeed the oases are meeting, and I'm sure we are enjoying the waters. So yes, congratulations. You have done very well. You are not very far from your PhD, I suppose. Some of us can offer to be supervisors. We're busy advertising ourselves, I suppose. Eh? Anyway, colleagues, 28 minutes past 12. Can I call for contributions in the form of questions, comments? There were none so far received on the chat box, but I take it this gives us an opportunity to then, do vocal presentations. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Akona.
Thanks, Dr. Now. I'm really bowled over by these presentations. Really amazing material they shared about what liberation meant in exile, and both in exile and apartheid, through music or because of music. I am really, I find, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, something just popped up on my screen. To Kenan, I was wondering about what Juluka means in terms of cultural diplomacy, because that sounds a very complicated study of cultural diplomacy, considering who Johnny Clegg was, the time that he lived in and performed in, outside the country, and the kind of music he performed. And then obviously he means something completely different in terms of cultural diplomacy in the current state, outside of the apartheid state. So that's a question for you, Kenan. And then I've got another question for Mr. Glasser. It's more a comment, really, if he's still around.
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, great. I can see you now. On the type of, there's this running theme every time somebody talks about musicians performing abroad, South African musicians abroad, and it seems dependent on very specific individuals in political networks. If, for instance, a particular high commissioner holds culture in high regard, then you are going to have South African musicians traveling and their work to be treated a particular way, to be showcased, and maybe they have a larger reach, and not just in London. As you said, London is yes, it's vibrant, but it's also you get to London, then you get into Europe, basically, right? It's interesting how this always comes up, that they're usually firstly embassy gigs, and you might just end there depending on who's the high commissioner, who's the ambassador at any given time. Can you speak more about that as well? I'm not sure who wants to go first.
Yeah, Dr. Nzuta, I'll just jump in there. I don't want to exaggerate or minimize the actions of the embassies and the cultural diplomacy side, but these with respect, those activities are icing on the cake in my experience. So, for example, and also one can say that from the diplomacy side, it's the international embassies that have got completely different policies of support. So, for example, if I think back to what Jermaine Hamed said in the lecture about cultural diplomacy, I mean, there's an organization which is connected with Switzerland, and Switzerland is really, if you take current musicians like Bokani Daya or Africa Mkiza, they have a huge connection with Switzerland, and it's more kind of Swiss arts funding or Norwegian, if we think in terms of how they brought over the Trondheim Orchestra to the Makanda Festival, formerly Grahamstown, back in 2014. So it is, I have to say that there is actually a lack of support for the actual hard-nosed artistic people at the cutting edge. So I couldn't imagine that Robert Sitoli or Duze Mahlobo would have been able to function or interact with the organizations, whether it's the embassies or whether it's the arts councils or whatever, to acquire funding. And this is where the basic infrastructure of community stuff, which is what Eugene Skeef is talking about, it's those kind of supportive communities which create a possibility of quite radical musicians coming, who are of great artistic importance, like Duze Mahlobo and Robert Sitoli. And if you take a singer like Pinisa Saul, who I've worked with essentially, hugely important South African jazz singer, but something of a kind of rebel and iconoclast, somebody that like Fatni Kakni from normal institutions, she kind of does her own thing. There are people that have to be almost like an interface. And I regard myself as one of those people in terms of being able to talk to both sides of the equation. So you put your finger on a very interesting subject. And I think now in 2022, if I think of coming back to South Africa recently and seeing the excellent work that being done by Music in Africa, by benefiting myself from a recent gig, concerts, essay gig, I think there's structures in place for cultural and serious artistic support. But part of the problem is the skills that are required to engage with those institutions to access funds. You need a team of people that can support everyone, and I find it a very exciting time. And of course, this kind of thing I feel is is helped by the kind of online activities that are occurring. You know, the people that we're meeting here, this would not have happened pre-lockdown. I wouldn't have had a platform like this, which, you know, and so it's creating community bonds. I mean, these kind of community bonds, I'd love to see more musicians involved in talking to academics and cultural people, movers and shakers, because I think what we're looking at is a sharing of skills and learning new skills and information, and it's an exciting time.
Kenan, very briefly, and I saw also Professor Skivakiva has a hand up. If we can just be very straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akona. What a question. I suppose that the role that Juluka played in terms of cultural diplomacy is one that can be debated. Prof. Sikiba and I were discussing it yesterday in terms of how they were received within the country. A lot of radio announcers and producers, and I suppose also political activists and so forth within the country felt that I guess Johnny Clegg was commoditizing off of Zulu culture and the language, and that's also part of the reason why Radio Bantu often refused to play their music. I think in terms of in the diaspora and internationally, they could be viewed as I don't know, a collaboration of and diversity of South African, because Johnny Clegg being white, I suppose that in the international community it can be viewed as there is the ability to collaborate between
We lost you there, Kenan.
Hello, Kenan. While you're busy reconnecting, may I also share with you guys an excerpt from the chapter of the book I spoke about. It's called the chapter How Music Fanned the Flames of the Struggle Against Colonialism and Apartheid. This chapter is written by Thabang Chilwani. In this excerpt, he says, 2 years before Shaka Shaka's pian, Johnny Clegg, a white man singing in Sizulu, stunned the world with his song Asibonanga from the album Third World Child. Prior to this, Clegg was one half of a widely successful and interracial duo with Sipho Mchunu known as Juluka. Clegg's interest in isiZulu traditional music and his work with Juluka's co-founder Mchunu had previously got him into trouble with the apartheid government. Asibonanga was among several of his songs that were banned in South Africa. The album was strewn with political lyrics that told the youth that they dream of a non-racial South Africa. And then the author gives a whole lyrics of the song, which speaks about Asibonanga, Mandela, Asibonanga, Steve Biko, Victoria Mxenke, and Neil Agat. I suppose that's part of the question also. Discourse on a question by Dr. Akona. I'm not sure if Kiana is back with us. If not, Professor Lekwati, can you say something? Welcome, and Tate Masekwane. We are about to wrap up this session, but I'm sure with a few seconds that we have, we may also want to hear your voice. Prof. Lekwati.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nawa, and greetings to everyone. I'll be very brief. I'm quite stimulated by this discussion, and thank you thanks very much to the organizers. My question is directed to Kenan, and I hope that the system will work for her to be able to respond. Kenan, can you comment on the boundary that we scholars often impose on culture? For example, we tend to draw a sharp line between music and theatrical performance. So in acts such as the Amandla Cultural Ensemble, for example, how does one actually deal with that question of actually drawing a very sharp line between music and performance, music and theatrical performance? So that's my question. Thanks.
Hello, Kenan. I hope you.
Yes, I am here.
Thanks. And perhaps may I also summon Eugene to also assist, because he of characterization of things, of genres and so on. So I see it moving along those lines too. All right. Okay, proceed, Kenan.
Yes. Sorry, I was just also busy typing the response. I don't know how much of my response to Dr. Akona's question was heard earlier, because it was also breaking up quite a bit. But in summation, I just wanted to say that I do believe that, and this can be interrogated, that the cultural exchange, especially through music, and what Juluka attempted to represent, fostered a space where it could be viewed not only within South Africa, but as well to the international community, that collaboration between races was possible. And then to answer Prof. Lekhwati's very complex question of how to draw the line between, I guess it was music and performance art, I suppose would be, as a scholar, is the intention, because it's often difficult not to impose your own ideals of culture and diversity onto literature. But if you interrogate, I suppose, the culture, the intention, and the audience behind it. I mean, with my Buya, you see that the intention there and the means in which they delivered these songs was in a way to conscientize the international community, and they often sang in foreign languages as well to convey their message. And I'm not just talking about vernacular African languages, but in some spaces they would sing and translate their songs into Dutch so that the international community could better understand and they could better convey the message that they were trying to get across. I'm not entirely sure if that answers your question, or if you perhaps have a follow-up.
In Afrikaans, there's a word called padkos, mpago, mofago. It means if we are not able to, or as we go on a long journey, we need to take something along the way to eat, you know, and so on. If we are not able to satisfactorily answer the question, I'm sure it's something that we should ponder over. But I see Eugene wants to join the fray, you know. And yeah, Eugene, please proceed, my
Thank you, Lance. I want to be very brief and just reiterate my earlier point, because the answer is in that. And so I offer the community the Nguni word ngoma, which is to be found in other parts of Africa, not just South Africa. And that word encapsulates what I spoke about earlier, which is non-compartmentalization. It's the West that has done the damage, and we need to be very clear how we deal with it. The West separated the art forms. In the word ngoma means drum, means music, means dance, means divine healing energy, and several other things. So that is your answer. The fact that we are grappling with these divisions between, like in the Amandla group, whom I had some interactions with as well, that shows that we need to rededicate ourselves to ourselves. So that is part of our healing, the reinforcement of the holism. Thank you, that's all.
Wow. None about ourselves. I think that's what Eugene is saying. We recommit to our own idioms and expressions. And I think that's perhaps the most profound way of answering that question. I hope Prof will be satisfied with the response. And as I wrap up and hoping that perhaps Professor Puleng would give a response in closure, I want to end up with reference to Adam saying he wishes that musicians could speak more, with academia. In this program, I've noted that Vusi Mahlasela would be, giving a presentation, and incidentally, he too, Mahlasela, has given a chapter in the book that I was talking about his contribution in the liberation struggle. And he's also a master lecturer now at TUT University, to teach music, to students and so on. So this is some of the small attempts that activists continue to do to ensure that that divide between the arts and academia is minimized. If you allow me, colleagues, I think that should bring us more or less to the end of our session, and perhaps, by the guidance of Dr. Corden, Professor Puleng, one of you can give a response and an undertaking on how to collate all the inputs, videos, whatever it is around the subject, and to share with us. Otherwise, from my side, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I've learned a lot. It has inspired me, and I wish some of the people who spoke here actually should have contributed to this volume 2 of this book, because really these are the things that we need to hear. But I'm happy Prof. Lekwati is one of the newcomer to volume 2. Maybe there will be a volume 3 as well. I don't know, we'll see. But thanks, Dr. Connor, for the opportunity. Over to you.
It's a pleasure, Dr. Nawa, and thank you everyone for making this such an interesting debate, an informative session, a great start to the colloquium, and something that really opened up a lot of questions, really, which is what we need around the topics today. We should meet again at 1:30, which is the beginning of the next session. I will introduce the panel. One of the members of the panel is already here, Mr. Ojebe Masukwane. So we'll see you there. It's just lunchtime for now. Thank you very much for honoring this first session. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to be online. You can send me messages, but we're going to meet at 1:30 again. Please keep in mind that the bios and the program are available here. They were put up at 11:21, and if anyone else would like them, please drop me your email address on the chat box, and I will send them to you right away. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. See you later. Good afternoon again, and welcome to the first day. It feels like it's the second day already because so much has happened of the colloquium. And sorry, somebody was asking me to send them the link just now, so I unfortunately can't do that right now. But I would like to introduce Mr. Jonathan Shaw, who's our chair for this session. Mr. Jonathan Shaw Mr. Jonathan G. Shaw is a platinum level audio engineer working on SAMA, as in the South African Music Awards, Hype Magazine, Crown Gospel, Mama, and Los Angeles Sinfest award-nominated projects, and is a #1 chart hit record producer, composer, and arranger. Shaw is a platinum level mastering engineer, having mastered music with over 40 million plays collectively on YouTube alone. Running Shaw Music Studios from Randburg, Johannesburg, South Africa, he offers songwriting, music production, recording, mixing, mastering, audio post-production, voiceovers, jingles, adverts, and music marketing. Shaw is also a lecturer, author, and creative industries consultant through his firm, Ibilian, a multiplicitous practitioner with extensive experience in recorded music, production, and music business sciences. He also has a particular interest in cultural entrepreneurship and marketing. He has developed national and international arts policy strategies, notably several South African music strategies, as well as the Botswana Creative Industry Strategy as lead consultant. With substantial involvement in creative industries business education, Shaw is an international speaker and conducts music business workshops, while his book, The South African Music Business, was published for a third edition in 2017. He has been lecturing at the University of Witwatersrand since 2003. Shaw holds a Master's of Arts and BCom honors degrees, and is currently a PhD music candidate at Wits University. Welcome, Jonathan. Ms. Roshni Munsami is our first panelist. She is a South African festival and cultural events curator and producer. She was born into a working class political activist family during the apartheid years and began working in the arts and trade union movement from the age of 14. The everyday racial and economic injustices she experienced motivated her to seek ways to ensure the accessibility of the art forms of arts to all South Africans and use culture to promote human rights and democratic discourse. When the cultural boycott of South Africa ended, it opened up new possibilities for cultural creation in the country. Since the 1990s, Ms. Munsami has organized countless cultural events that span the disciplines of music, dance, spoken word, and literature, some of which launched the professional careers of renowned South African artists, including Busi Mahlasela, who's going to be here tomorrow. Through the Arts Alive Festival, she directed for really a decade already. She changed the landscape of South Africa's live music scene by introducing artists from the rest of Africa and the diaspora to South African audiences post-apartheid. In 2001, she launched the Urban Voices Festival, which brought spoken word poetry to the mainstream, showcased and facilitated collaborations between artists from different countries. The festival became a commercial success, but was also a platform for Black South Africans to address the socio-political issues they were facing. Munsami has also partnered with cultural organizations abroad to drive social justice and cultural causes in South Africa. She continues to use the arts to forge meaningful connections and solidarity within South Africa. Now, our third panelist is Mr. Glenn Ujebe Masukwane, who is a creative producer and poet. He is the former Director of Cultural Development at South Africa's Department of Arts and Culture. Between 1994 and 1996, he was executive producer for the SABC's Human Rights Education. He's also been the cultural industry's policy strategist, and was one of South Africa's government treaty negotiators for WIPO and UNESCO. Mr. Masukwane graduated from the University of Lagos and the London International Film School. He was part of the 70s Black Consciousness movement and was exiled in the United Kingdom during the 1980s. In the UK, he was a key player in the Black British cinema and televisual movement of the 1980s as part of CEDO film video. He made and produced films. His debut film was We Are the Elephant for UK Channel 4 in 1987. And along with Menelik Shabazz, he produced the film Time and Judgment for UK Channel 4 in 1988. He wrote and produced for the 1992 BBC drama documentary The African Suite, which was on the life and music of Samuel Coleridge Taylor, who was Britain's foremost Black classical composer. And in 2004, Masukwane co-produced a France-UK-South Africa production of Man to Man, a film directed by Regis Wagner, which starred Ray Fiennes and Kristen Scott Thomas. Currently, he produces documentaries and long-form narrative on South African historiography. These include the 2020 feature documentary Listen to My Song, African Jazz Fantasia on the music of 60s jazz pianist and composer Gideon Numalo. A film opera, Enoch, the Prophet of God, about Mgijima and the Israelites who were involved in the 1921 Queenstown Bullock massacre, and a TV series under development on Soul Plaki. So these people have been influential to me personally in ways they don't actually know. All three of them, obviously through policy and the things we do. That's Mr. Masogwane, bumping into him at all kinds of conferences in the last 15 years at least. And Mr. Jonathan Shaw with his seminal book on the music industry, which really changed our lives in terms of how we document and identify the issues that happen in the music's, rather in the lives of musicians, and the sort of showing the relationship between policy and music. And Miss Roshni Munsami, who luckily I got to interview, in fact, Mr. Masukwane as well, for my dissertation, my PhD dissertation, who I think since my teenage years really created so many events around Johannesburg, which were influential to my life personally. And I think I got to meet her once or twice, and we discussed something about the labor movement, which my mom was part of. And so I'm so grateful to you. This feels like quite an unreal moment of sorts, because of all the personal things it means to myself. And so I look forward to your conversation, and I'm so happy and glad you said you would participate in this, because you have been movers and shakers in the country invisibly and sometimes in visible ways. So please take the stage, and I applaud your work. Thank you very much. I'll see you later in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nzuta, and thank you for this privilege to be able to be here today and share. I mean, I just feel the energy. I'd like to say the energy in the room, but the energy in the digital cyberspace at this point in time, having both Roshni and Glenn on the same panel. And I'd just like to thank you both for your time, and thank you, Unisa, as well as this colloquium to make this possible. And I don't want to give away too much. I think when we think about today's session, and we're looking at policies that moved South African music abroad, and I'm sure what passed through everybody's mind, and we might have touched on some of these earlier, is what exactly are these policies, and what has been developed over time that has created some sort of enabling environment for the music industry. And all too often we find governments looking at the creative industries in general, and how is it that they focus in on music, and how does music become important? So I would like to perhaps just hand over to our panelists today, and just maybe start with Roshni. Roshni, would you like to maybe introduce yourself and you give a bit of a background, but just answering that question about what policies do you think exist, or directly and indirectly in that sense. So what do you think has made a big difference in local music being able to penetrate international territories and markets, as well as socially and culturally? What do you think? Roshni, are you there? Can everybody hear me? Glenn, would you like to go ahead?
Well, let's see if Rosh is going to connect. Let me not jump the gun. But if she's not there, because of the hiccup, I could, you know.
I think.
Roshni, are you back?
I think I'm back.
She's got feedback.
Yeah. I think this is better. Can you guys hear me?
There we go. Perfect, Roshni.
I was trying it on my computer. I'm so sorry, but it seems that the phone works better.
But you know, we can't have these things without technical difficulties. It's a proven tradition of doing this cyberspace meeting. So we've kicked it off. We've got that out of the way. And Roshni, I was just saying, you know, initially what springs to mind is what thoughts do you have around what policies has South Africa employed to be able to actually move local music abroad? And my mind was going, there's direct policies and there's also indirect policies. And what's your experience, or what is your feeling about when somebody says that to you?
I've been doing like international cultural exchange from the early 90s. And I did also do exchange, but that was just an environmental film festival in the late 80s where, you had to get special permission to get all these movies from various places in the world, which we hosted at Wits University. And obviously, with the cultural boycott, we had to get permission from the ANC. And that was a lot of paperwork, but we did it. So that was my experience in the late 80s. Then in 1993, I worked on Arts Alive. And we just, forged ahead and did work with embassies and international bodies and individuals in the international space. And then it was also an exciting time because it was a year before the elections and the ANC was unbanned and the cultural boycott had ended. So it just made so much of a difference to my life. So and also in making projects possible. So I'd like to say that I have just done work despite or whether the policy existed or didn't exist. Okay. Secondly, there have been things that I've experienced that have been good in terms of some of the government-funded programs, and also in terms of like if there's bilateral, multilateral understandings and contracts, it just makes things a lot easier. At the moment, I'm working on taking a lot of artists to Palestine, for instance. That makes a big difference. But I just think overall, I think a lot more needs to be done. And a lot of it, what was done in the 90s and now, is a lot on independent organizations and individuals all over the world who make things possible, So, and I don't really work, I don't work, I do some work, on national levels for government, local levels, but I must say a lot of it is like, a lot depends on your connections, your independent connections, both funding and making things possible.
No, fantastic. And so, one of the key things that especially I think of when I have been involved in policy development is you come up with great ideas and you try and identify the stopgaps and issues and problems that might be happening. And you often wonder when drafting these types of policies and making suggestions about the industry, whether you will actually see those in practice or how they sort of feel in practice. So Glenn, I don't know if you want to respond to Roshni there and give some sense of the policies that you've been involved in and that you've seen benefiting the industry. Glenn, are you there? I think you're muted.
Am I audible now?
There you go.
Yeah. Oh,
thank
yeah.
you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan, for giving me the space, but also to the organizers of this, colloquium. It could not have come at a better time than this post, COVID, and to be in the company of yourself and Roshni. Clearly, it's quite a a very, key moment. I think really, for me, as somebody who comes out of, practice as a, creator and distributor of content, this discussion is very, important. But also as somebody who was given the opportunity to be at the coal face of cultural policy development, but more, important cultural diplomacy. And I'll put it, that way. So my experience has been a very, unique one, to be entrusted by government and the sector to be the voice and representative at different levels, at the World, International Property Organization, at UNESCO, but also representing the sector within government to government itself. So it was a great privilege. And as I speak, one wants to pay homage to one of my influencers or mentors, Victor Julius, who passed on yesterday.
Oh,
he is really, I would say, the person who opened up this world of cultural diplomacy by believing, in me. And when I say me, I want to personalize it, but because already I have had the opportunity of working at a global and international level, but I come, out of the liberation movement, as it were. So I had the understandings of broader ideological issues that, impact, policy. So I think for me, that's the point of departure. So I hope, next time, or as this colloquia, evolve, we will be able to understand the real depth and meaning of, diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, collaboration, and exchange, because it is far more than that, but also it is about that in a globalized world, but a deglobalizing world where there are hegemonies of the rich North and, the underdeveloped South. So I'm moving from that, perspective. But if you really ask me squarely, what is it all about? I could take it as far back as, the 1800s with, the departure of a very important cultural group of performers, of singers, within which Charlotte McClarke, the great, Charlotte McClarke, who was part of that tour to the UK. They were sent out by the African Improvement Society out of Kimberley, the African Philharmonic, African Philharmonic, I repeat, because that's a level at which, you know, our pioneers, you know, were. And for them to go to the, you know, extended tour of the UK, it was no mean feat, because they were not just, you know, ordinary performers. They were stars in their own right. So for me, that's the departing, you know, point in really, you know, dealing with this, you know, or the understanding of the discourse around, you know, cultural, you know, diplomacy. I could go, you know, on and on, just to really pinpoint that South African music in the world, I would dare say, is old as the invention of music technology. And if you ask me, what do you mean? I will answer and say, in around 1923, 1924, thereabouts, with, you know, the rise of recording and sound, Solomon T. Pluckey recorded at Zonophone, you know, studios in Middlesex, and produced a 12, an album of 12 tracks, you know, Nkosisi Elele being one of the tunes that were recorded then. So what I'm putting across is that this subject, it's far deeper and has far more meaning than, you know, what we are actually, you know, saying. So, and I think it's quite critical that academics, researchers, as practitioners, you know, close rank, especially, you know, at the level of government, because this whole issue of, you know, cultural diplomacy, it's, you know, cuts across a number of departments, trade and industry, education, you know, arts and culture, because that's where, you know, it's hinged. I think cultural diplomacy or South African music abroad has to be really understood within that context of the evolution of the struggle, as it were, up until, you know, the 1940s, with the rise of, you know, apartheid and the suppression of, you know, culture, but that led to the exodus of a huge number of creative people, you know, musicians, writers, you know, scattered them across the world, and the world's response in supporting, you know, the liberation movement, as it were, because the whole anti-apartheid movement across, you know, the world was, you know, support and engendering, you know, cultural, you know, diplomacy for the liberation movement. So I'm about to close. I'm just trying to contextualize, you know, where, you know, really I'm coming from. So the era post 1994, with the, you know, white paper on arts and culture, has given us, you know, the objective, the guidance, the what, you know, has to be done. And we've seen how the sector, when I say the sector, the music sector, producers, performers, government, we clubbed together in many different ways to create, an enabling environment. Mushito, music market came out of that. Also in the department, we had a very pointed program with the then, Minister Paulo Jordan, where we decided that we are going to take South African music to the world purposely as a strategy of music development, as a strategy for distribution, as a strategy for dialogue with the world globally. We could not sit back because South African music has the power and respect, internationally. So I want to leave it at that for now. And as the discussion continues, I'll elucidate much more substantially on some of the issues.
Thank you so much, Glenn. There is such a big history and a story about South African music, and just listening to you speak, I hear that it has implications right from pre-apartheid, and I'd like to know what sort of challenges were there, say pre-apartheid and post-apartheid. The session before us touched on those a little bit. So, what do you think were the biggest challenges in terms of South African music getting into the world, with a lot of artists being dispersed through the world? Do you think there's a lot more exposure than we tend to think of when we think of South African music abroad, and not only just in Africa but also in the rest of the world?
Is that for Rosh or for me?
Well, I can open it up. Glenn, do you want to respond? And then Roshni, would you like to take it over?
Okay, that will be fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, Roshni.
Okay, it looks like this computer is finally working. Yes, thanks. Maybe Glenn should respond first and then after.
Yeah, you see, for me, Jonathan, sometimes these issues become very personal and emotional, but one wants to be somewhat detached and really bring in a very a clear understanding of what led us to be where we are. I think the post-World War, let's say, post-1945, something was happening in this country at the level of exclusion of the Black majority and apartheid, and the National Party was entrenching itself on the cultural and the body politic. But I don't think the Black majority, set back, but key moments within, the Black struggle, there was this coalition, this common front of writers, musicians, and very important white supporters and sympathizers. And out of that, one of the world's leading, African jazz operas was born, King Kong. And King Kong went into the West End. And King Kong not only became a symbol of struggle, but this was a product of national importance. And out of King Kong came out a whole generation of other musicians Others went into the United States, and others followed Abdullah Ibrahim, the Blue Notes, so and this exodus and journey needs to be understood within context, because this music, not only did it influence, other nations. For instance, if you look at the importance of South African jazz in the UK, it really turned around. Let me be modest and say it influenced to a point. UK, with with its imprint. If you look at what Miriam Makeba did in the United States, it's phenomenal. Not only did he address the United Nations about the condition of issues of politics and culture in South Africa, at a point, she became, in her own right, an international cultural icon. So that's no mean feat. That is no, so this is what we really talking about in positioning, South African music abroad. I could, also say Abdullah Ibrahim, at a point, took on the chair of the Duke Ellington, a big band. Now you tell me, who would sit on the chair of Duke Ellington if not, Abdullah Ibrahim? You look at the work that Kaifa Semenya and Letambulu's interaction with, Quincy Jones, really, pathfinding, work. Now, recently, if you look at The Lion King and you listen to the soundtrack of The Lion King, the influence of South Africanity, is loaded there. So, but what has not happened strategically? It's for us as nation to really cherry pick on the depth of our aesthetic, value and culture, to create wealth, to create IP, to create even much more stronger links with the world. So that's how I understand it.
Thank you, Brooklyn. What I'd like to say is, obviously, I look at things that have happened in the 90s. So certainly, one can look at historically, but in terms of current government policy and how is that affecting music, I think there's very little happening right now. And a lot of the music happening currently now is initiatives with markets, with independents, independent organizations, independent artists, international bodies. So I don't think government policy is driving the music industry right now. And I don't see that happening. And also I find sometimes there is a push, like fantastic things happen with Moshito and, the various events like the UK project, the French season, the Russian season wasn't very successful, or the Canadian week wasn't that successful. So those kind of initiatives, some of them have worked, some of them haven't. But I find in terms of government policy, it's not, we also have to look at ourselves as artists and organizations, but there's not enough sustainability of this. Sustainability, if you look at Moshito today, it's almost non-existent. So these are things that we have to grapple with. How can policy ensure sustainability, both also organizationally, institutionally, and promote development? And sometimes, even if there's certain initiatives, both policy, bilateral, multilateral, we don't want government officials to dictate which artists should be invited, what should be done. One should leave it to look at the cultural practitioners and what is important in promoting music. Specifically, we're talking now about music. So less nepotism, less using sort of cultural events or policy or initiatives to window dress, but more real exchanges to take place currently now. There is basically at the moment, it's kind of dismal, and some things have been successful. Praglen and I had a chat a while ago, and we just looked at, South Africa is not the only country where you have, government intervention, which is not always the right thing. For instance, I attended the Midem years ago, and the host country was Brazil. It was the most dreadful rendition of Brazilian artists. And at that stage, the famous Brazilian musician was the Minister of Arts and Culture. And knowing a person who's done a lot of work with Brazilian artists, we could see that was really bad at Midem. But then South Africa did a fantastic program at Midem, But those are things that we can applaud. But going forward and currently what's happening, it has not been great.
Sure. So one of my questions, I mean, we can lead it up and try and balance some of these issues. Glenn, I wanted to ask you about your feelings of sanctions in South Africa and what impact you think that had from a cultural perspective. We've spoken about artists moving abroad as a result, but do you think that moving from sanctions and then out of sanctions opened up different policy developments and different ways about thinking about policy? What do you think? I'm going to hand it over to you just with that thought.
Well, you see, for me, who was a young student in Europe, I think the cultural boycott was a very important, key, strategic weapon to dismantle the hegemony of apartheid. And I'm saying this because the cultural boycott in the main was driven by young people, by churches, by music, organizations across the world. And the cultural boycott provided for us South African artists the platform to actually express and tell the world about the condition. Now, internally, the cultural boycott, I think, also had a great impact of massive debate within the cultural and political, movement. I think if we reflect back on what happened, there was this very, hard stance taken by the U.S. government to really, intervene and break the boycott by bringing to South Africa those, musicians who wanted to come to South Africa. Actually, the debacle of the OJs, if we recall, there was a huge, fight internally. So, but fast forward, I think had the cultural boycott not have happened, maybe South Africa would not have, fallen, because this cultural boycott also came with, economic, boycotts. I think So 1994, when we came in, we should have really taken more stock to really underpin our cultural policy, with real great value, so that we would, do what Roshni has been doing by really doing a lot of cultural exchange programs, run by independents, run by, big players and musicians. I think the turning point for me was the Release Mandela, concert at Wembley, with Julian Bahula. Really, it was Julian Bahula's, ideas, until, the big boys with money, took over. That was symbolic, because Julian Bahula was a community-based, music producer, did this, big thing. Anyway, but where I think policy should be going is to really, underpin also a foreign, policy to intervene through cultural exchange, bring peace where there's war, where because the music should take place and silence the guns. This is one of the things we should be doing as part of our, cultural, policy. And one is not saying, it's not for the government alone, where government is very important. I come out of there, but we the sector, we the people, we the practitioners are the ones who should be building, links with, the world. And we've seen how the world is receptive to high quality, produced content. Today, black coffee, is a household name. But if we recall, black coffee came out of a strategic intervention by government of taking South African electronic music to the world. And Black Coffee is the one who, he can testify to that. Had we not taken, electronic music to places like, Miami, Black Coffee might not have, been discovered. So there's a lot, I think, we can do. It's got to be reciprocal, both government and the sector. I mean, I'm no longer there, but, clearly I think there are interesting policies that we can, hedge on. But more importantly, these two departments, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Arts and Culture, Department of Communication, we need to close, ranks with them, because they, should be the ones who open up our culture to the world. I mean, we are one of the leading digital broadcast, countries in the world. SABC alone, 23, radio stations with television. So I think there's going to be a much more strategic understanding and investment in culture, in music, for us to become at the level, where the US, the UK, France, Germany are, because at another point, nearly around the late, middle, 200s, I think there was a big movement of enthusiasm in this country. We were always present, at MIDEM. Come 2010, South Africa became the country of honor at Medium. And out of that, I think there was, value. So I think we need to build on this past experience.
Thanks, Glenn. I can hear you talking about in some ways that there's been a lot of broad strokes in terms of policy and things that have moved the industry forward. But at the same time, there hasn't been enough, as Roshni alluded, that there's not enough key or very precise interventions that happen. Something that I think about is that the industry itself is not an easy industry to be in. I mean, I'm a bit biased when I say that, because I've always felt that the industry hasn't been able to organize itself, and in that way has never been able to interact with government very effectively. And it's always taken a back step in terms of making decisions itself. And if you think now on our journey through the history in terms of, say, 94, and then there was a lot of policy research and development into the creative industries post that, and we landed up with a white paper in 98, I think it was. And one of the questions I always ask is why was there never an actual policy, and why was it always just a white paper? And Roshni, I don't know if you want to jump in here and just tell me your thoughts on what you've seen.
I don't think I'm going to be discussing the white paper, but the white paper of many forms. But I just think, people just got caught up in what was political and, not really looking properly at the industry as a whole. And we see it in all levels of government, but I'm not going to go there and make it so broad. But definitely, I think maybe Pragleen can, enlighten us further on that. I can't really talk on government or why they haven't done or what they have done. I can just talk about what are the consequences and what I've experienced.
Well, maybe touch on what you think needs to happen. I can tell you that pretty much every idea has been put out under the sun in order to, improve and move the industry forward. And as Glenn was saying, there's been a lot of broad strokes that have been successful to some degree. But we've had a lot of export strategies and export organizations and a push to make representation at international conferences and festivals and that sort of thing. Roshni, we just lost you there.
The Export Council. I worked with SAMEX, we did some successful work with SAMEX, the South African Music Export Initiative. However, once again, arts and culture, specifically music as well, it's not really given much priority in terms of the Department of Trade and Industry. So in terms of, you have little countries like Jamaica, New Zealand, you name it, they all have export councils, even specifically on music. But we found that we are not taken seriously, and it's just been years and years and years. So, the motor industry, the beauty industry, various things they have, and a lot of money. Government is promoting and paying a lot for very expensive exhibitions and international trade shows. They're huge, huge costs. We're not saying everything should have the same amount, but clearly there is no real, from Department of Trade and Industry for decades now, to really present a coherent and supportive initiative in terms of an expert council for music.
Why do you think we're not taken seriously? I mean, what do you think the root cause is there?
Well, it's obviously individuals don't see the value of arts and culture. As I said, arts and culture is seen as nice to have, window dressing, but not seeing the real impact, the real economic impact that arts and culture can have on the industry. I don't think that is taken seriously. It's seen more for political needs and gains, but not its economic impact and why it should, be taken seriously. If you really look at it, I mean, we're 2022, we don't even have an export council for music promotion.
Glenn, would you like to follow up and respond to that? I know I asked about the white paper, but it has been difficult for the sector to interact with government.
Yes, I fully agree that relationships between the sector and government has been not very productive. But you see, I'm an eternal optimist. I believe that the cultural industries sector, especially the music sector, has a lot to offer. And I'm not going to indict the sector and say the sector is not organized. But also, I think the manner in which the sector and government speak, they're talking across each other. There's no listening. I mean, you tell me, if this country can produce a great opera singer like Pretty Yende to be, the mainstay at the Metropolitan, yeah, and not really create, value for the music of opera in this country, there's something wrong. So I think it's up to us, the leadership of the music sector, to really sit down with policymakers and make them aware of good practice as to what happens in a place like the United Kingdom that really is driven by music and the creative industries. France, Germany, Australia. So we in South Africa, I think we really need to smell the coffee in terms of economic policy, thrust and development. Technology, mining, agriculture, those are great industries. But I'm saying there's this cultural industry that has not been mined, and its potential as a job, a creator, as an influencer, in the world has not been tapped, So there are small shoots that gives one hope from individual, practitioners, and where young people are doing, interesting, work. So we need to open up this dialogue with the, with government. But it's going to take a lot more than white papers, as Roshni would say. White paper is policy. It is the ultimate. Out of the white paper, we draft the law. So we need to also be very, proactive, and we need to close, rank within, only because when I master with during COVID, this young man master made this song that became the soundtrack for the whole world. Imagine, and we haven't taken advantage of such, moments, of history, making. But because this colloquium is called by the academic, sector. I think the Chief Albert Luthuli chair can be one of, the strategic partners where we really hone in and create a very, visible, strong movement of, cultural, diplomacy, what it means to policy, and how we bring in, everybody together. But as I close, having said that, I think within the DTI current strategy, there are opportunities, but these opportunities, you have to understand that you alone, they're not very, accessible and public. I mean, the film incentive alone is creating, interesting thing with young, filmmakers. And I believe the music sector should take, advantage of the, incentives provided by, the DTI. The Department of, Communication as well should come, to the party. But, as I said, sectoral organizations have to be, at the forefront of this, gameplay, or else the downside of this, Rosh and Jonathan, we become a consumer, society. We get driven by Spotify. We get driven by YouTube. We become, dependent on the hegemony of, the rich North. So actually, we really have to wake up and really take on our real position in the world and create our own space, or else, more and more we get thrown onto, the margin. Whereas the digital, space and economy is supposed to be an open space where we can participate, equally. That's my viewpoint.
Totally. It's a fascinating place to be in terms of looking at how these things have impacted. So, when I was involved with Gauteng, for example, I mean, we did look at the white paper, and out of that, we looked at policy imperatives and so on for the province. And the interesting part about that Gauteng strategy, that was in 2010, it was the first music strategy that had actually been developed in the country specifically. And then in 2013, there was meant to be a specific music strategy, and then that was derailed. I did a lot of research into that, but it never came to pass. And one of the feelings I found, and it's both of you touched on that right now, is that there's this battle between commercial interests and cultural interests. And oftentimes something that's seen as commercial doesn't, or is perceived to not have cultural interests at heart. And I see this in the industry. In other words, you'll find that even in the industry, people represent different facets of the industry. So you'll have the recording industry talking past the music publishing industry. And then your practitioners in the industry won't understand the difference between the two. And so when it comes to policy, oftentimes there's different interests working against each other. That's what I've experienced, is that you find that the industry itself, that's why I say in some ways it can be disorganized, in that it can become a very complex industry. We're dealing with a cultural side, we're dealing with a copyright industry, we're dealing with the creative industries. All of this becomes actually very difficult to juggle and manage. And I think that's in some ways what you, Roshni, were speaking about, that as a person who works to build, platforms and get artists, to perform and so on, that you found that there's a very real lack of interest in developing the commercial side of it. Does this resonate with you at all? What do you think about those issues that I've raised?
Yes, Jonathan. Coming back to this, I agree with you, but at the same time, and Braglen, it's like, as I said, we're 2022. Why has it taken so long to formalize an export council for music? Why is the DTA? And people have tried. I knew of someone who sat for 7 years as an external person on a committee, and he just decided to give up. So we really need to look at, formalizing the support and the promotion of music, as we're talking now specifically on music. But we can't, and as much as a lot has been done in the past, and we have good moments, but what is currently being done now is zilch, and we need to look at it. And it's highly dependent on what people are doing, individuals are doing, companies are doing. And secondly, also, we find that in various policy or non-policy, but in various levels of government, I find that it's quite top-heavy with officials dictating what should be done, and not letting the practitioners get on and do it. And that's become a real hindrance across all provinces, national level, local level, provincial level. And we need to really relook at that. How much are we spending on employment of individuals? Then there's not very little money left for projects, and what is being done, and then the interference and the dictating of what can be done. So those are things that we need to look at. And South Africa, as we've pointed out, is not the only country with these kind of issues, but we really need to look at formalizing the support to create and promote an enabling environment for music to flourish.
They updated that white paper 2 years ago now, I think it is. And out of that, when they updated that white paper, they're currently busy with the Department of Sports, Arts and Cultures is busy with a cultural industry master plan at this point in time. And yes, it does seem in some ways that as we continually try to build policy, the interventions that are necessary to try and drive the industry forward seem to get lost as a result in some ways. That's why my feeling is that there's some sort of disconnect between what is expected from government and what is being brought by the sector in some ways. Glenn, would you like to come in there?
I fully agree with Roshni Monsami 100%. Out of this discussion, what has become very clear and urgent and important is that the South African music sector, in terms of policy, directive, and direction, needs to be formalized, because the way things are, we're not going to make a headway. And the current, draft policy, wherever, it is, page number 1 on music, there should be a red line there, written formalization of the sector, and by that we mean incentivizing the sector with financial resource, policy, market, and access. Because there's no real reason why within our diplomatic corps around the world we do not have cultural, diplomats, as it were, who become the eyes and the ears for the sector. That's how civilized countries run their business. They are present in the countries in which they, operate. Brazil is doing that. China is doing that. India is doing that. South Africa has to be, present in all, those countries. As I said, I am an eternal optimist. There was a time in the, 2020, 25 to about 15 or thereabouts. Not only were we in the most important music markets in the world, in the Reunion Islands, in India, in China, in, South by Southwest, in America. We were respected. I mean, money was small, but our presence, we took, musicians out there. It was a cooperative, integrated, approach between government, and the sector. And we dropped the ball. We need to pick up the ball, formalize the sector, and know that every year, we host, our international, music, week at Mushido, and it must be big. But also we travel to Midem, we travel to, Nigeria, to, Morocco, to Sudan, and have a present in a formal way, the very same way. DTI sponsors, wine export, to third countries. We should have a, music, market incentive. So if we're saying our officials don't understand, music has value because you can't touch it, but you can touch a bottle of wine, because music is a product, it's a commodity, and South African music, there's a high demand for it, it's just that it's not packaged, organized in a systemic and systematic, manner to reach those global audiences and internally. So, Rosh, I agree with you, my sister, 101%. The formalization of the sector is critical, yeah. I think let's maybe, and I hope the copyright, issues also shall be resolved, because that's one of the, Jonathan, I think you should, as a legal person, comment on the impact of, those outstanding, copyright issues, because I think the current position, government is changing us with the big players like, whoever they are. I think Microsoft is one of them. They want to take all, and for creators of content to get less. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. So yes, I think I'd like to touch on the fact that in some ways you're saying that it starts at home. In order to move abroad, you have to do your housekeeping and make sure things are correct, so that whatever is taken abroad then has the best opportunity and is packaged in the best way possible to make the widest impact. If we talk about Black Coffee, he's not just an electronic music performer, he's a very, very smart businessman. And he's, he runs a tight ship. And I'd like to touch on that copyright issue, because those sorts of things with the amendment bill and all of that, they derail the current plans. It's exactly what's holding up this cultural master plan at the moment, is that people have far more concern about whether this copyright amendment will actually benefit the industry. And of course, how we treat our local copyright very much impacts about how the development of the local industry. Copyright is meant to be a incentive and benefit to the industry, to the creative industries, and yet people still complain about the number of royalties they're receiving, about how difficult it is. You know, there's those aspects to it. So let's move into now what you think would be the best policies that one could touch on. So Roshni, I mean, you said nothing works, but what do you think would work? What if you could be you know, a policy expert for a day? What kind of policy, or where would you see the big blockages, the biggest blockage happening in the industry, and what would you do to get things going?
Well, so one of the things that you've touched on is the copyright bill. It's been going on forever, and I'm told that the changes are not necessarily in the interest of the composers or artists. Okay, and I don't even know at what stage is that right now in terms of all the various stages and the changes in the copyright bill. But it's definitely not in the interest at this stage for increasing the income of artists, and also the various changes of after 50 years, you won't get as much, and, you know, all those kind of things, you know. So that there are various things that need, you know, those are important things in terms of the copyright bill, whether the changes being effected and are going to be to the benefit of the artists. Secondly, the export councils. We really do need an export council for music that one can create and enable artists and record labels to be able to distribute, attend various markets and distribute their things at various trade fairs and so on. Those are important. You know, I recall Peter Clady telling us once that there was a stage when Hugh Masekela's career had not was not like increasing at what the rate it should be, and he went to Womax and in Germany, and he met a person who then enabled and helped him do so many concerts in the US for Hugh Masekela. One person, and a meeting there at Womax, you know. Peter currently runs the Joy of Jazz. But what I'm saying is I'm not saying all trade fairs and export meetings are important, but there should be an export council looking at formalizing how can we promote South African music abroad. Because at the moment, people are battling on their own. I know a lot of independent artists who are excellent. You know, they get calls from whether it's Justin Bieber or L.A. Reid or whatever. But listen, they're battling to pay those mortgages. It is hard. So we really, and you know, so you hear the stuff on the radio, and you think, wow, it's happening, but it's not enough, because, you know, it's live music. You're getting most of your money out of the live music industry. If you really look at from a digital perspective, it's your Drakes, your Beyoncés. They are making millions out of the digital field. But you know, really, it's your live music industry still, and of course your collection. And South Africa has the biggest collection society. And how do we connect with the rest of Africa? You know, instead of us having more barriers, we really need to get together to really push African music. You know, it's really essential. And you know, so those are the things that one would look at. How do we create more synergies, more work within the continent, south-to-south connections for our music, and a formalized export council to promote and look formally at strategies to promote South African music. And of course, the current copyright bill, lots of people have issues with the changes, and I really don't know at what stage it is now, but to look at that, so we increase revenue for artists.
What derailed the original Export Council?
It never happened. People sat there, even Samex. When I sat on
get registered or something, as far as I remember, there was some issue with them being part of the DTIs.
Yes. And
for exactly the reasons we speak about, I think.
To get registered has been a nightmare. And then there was a very small sum of money given to the South African Music Export, SAMEX, which has subsequently closed down. But, you know, it definitely, those are things that definitely need to happen.
And I think the landscape has changed a lot. With the original export, it was about trying to get CDs into other markets. Now with digital, we can be in other markets, and it's really just exposure. And I think, you know, you touch on a big topic, because I think there's going to be a massive boom for live music in the next 2 years because of the opening up and the closing end of you know, the COVID lockdowns and so on. So I think that will drive a lot of exposure. And if you can then allow artists to then move into different countries and then be able to drive a market there. Glenn, what do you think are the best strategies that we need at the moment?
You know, when we started this discussion, one was sort of not too sure where it's going to lead, but I think we have found handles on what I believe should be the key priority areas. And thank you for those input, Roshni. The revival and the underpinning squarely of the Export Council is non-negotiable. Making South African music live also is non-negotiable, because live music keeps the sector, you know, going, also showcases the discovery of new, you know, talent. So as important recommendations and departure, I hear Rosh, myself, and Jonathan are saying that as a very firm strategic thrust and positioning is that the formalization of the sector, the distribution and marketing of, you know, our product has to be institutionalized both internally and externally, and policy is a shared competency of both the sector and, you know, the bureaucrats. And as an immediate request, maybe demand, is that the incentive measures offered by the Department of Trade to other sectors must also be available to the music sector at different, you know, levels. And within government, the question of external cultural diplomats is very critical, because this was part of, you know, the request and, you know, research, you know, done. And that's how the, you know, Americans function, the Brits, the Germans, they've got their external cultural, you know, missions abroad. And there's no reason why South Africa should not have an office in West Africa, either in Abuja or in Accra, and one in East Africa, and one in Latin America, especially in Brazil, because we are part of, you know, the BRICS nation. And China is very important. We've been going to Shanghai for a number of years, and Beijing, and we have never taken on the opportunity of, you know, China as a market and destination. So, Ms. Munsami, the question of the Export Council is going to be implemented like yesterday. We're in the post-COVID mood. mode now. So we really need to extend, this dialogue. And I believe, and I want to think that the people in the sector are not sitting back. There are ideas out there, but it depends also on us, the leaders in the sector to really, through colloquiums like this, and bell the cat. Thank you.
So there's nothing in particular that I can think of to address further. I can tell you that in terms of what the need is and what government has done, a lot of the sector is looking for grants and funding to be able to move forward. And it seems to be one of the big dependencies that the industry is interested in. And, if we think of different pillars that are needed, I mean, we can say education is probably one of the biggest pillars in terms of growing the industry. And technology, for certain, how the industry is changing, technology plays a big role. Are there any other pillars that you can think of that would underpin the industry?
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure, Roshi.
Yeah, I do think that, it's interesting. I was chatting to colleagues of mine who were working on research for music in Africa and looking at, how people, get money out of digital platforms, whether it's YouTube and so on. And they had to look at various, young people in different parts of South Africa. And it was interesting. Some people do not even never owned a laptop. They just have a cell phone. They're making beats. They're connecting with people in America, people in Brazil, young people, they're 18 years old, 19 years old, 16 years old. So all of this exists, but how do you take it forward? It won't just happen because people are doing it and their little phones with minimum money, but also to look at how can we assist. We're not calling for a nanny state here, but certainly how do we assist with education programs, assist with more workshops to make these things happen for young people. And then you have on the other level, you have established artists who are still battling. How do they negotiate contracts with big advertising agencies who are using their songs and paying them, not enough? So we really need to look at, creating bodies that can assist artists, in being educated, in helping. I even threw this thing wildly the other day because I can't believe how people get like messed up and defrauded and so on, to even start a website which just says, send your question and we'll answer it, but we don't want to be sued about our answers. But, it's reached those kind of levels where people are so desperate for more information, more assistance, and I think, and there's a lot of good things happening. A lot of people are making great music and connections. So how do we do it? Not, it shouldn't become like a top-heavy government official story. How do we create bodies and institutions and advise existing institutions to assist in educating people about their rights, about their needs, and establishing networks that would, make music and develop music and music avenues. Those are really, really important, I mean, we have similar things across all sectors that are needed in society, whether it's education on your human rights or whatever. But just in terms of music, creating bodies that provide this education and stimulus for young people, because people are doing it, they are still doing it, but how do you maximize on it and and just provide platforms?
It makes me think of in terms of definitely culturally how Amapiano has overtaken things in pop music now. And do you think it would be good to see if government or some sort of policies could get into shaping that type of music as a cultural explosion? I mean, we saw Chris Brown dancing to Amapiano in KZN the other day, and he's obviously taking that back to the States. And we have that potential to bring our pop music to the world in quite a big way. And that's, in terms of what you're saying, it makes me think of that, is that by being able to foster those sort of development initiatives, you ultimately lead it to penetrating a global market, but with interesting music. In some ways, the same way that you know, just because Paul Simon came and took Mbube to the world, in some ways, why can't South Africans do that for themselves? Or are we starting to see that happen with Jerusalema and Black Coffee and various other artists?
It is happening, but more can be done if we have, you know, bodies that will assist artists in education, assist artists in terms of how they can maximize the exploitation of their works. And, you know, people are doing it. It's interesting. As I said, people are doing it on very little. Data is expensive in this country. That's another problem. Data must fall. But those are some of the issues, you know, working with young people, and obviously load shedding is not helping either. But working with people across the country, and creating bodies of education and assisting existing bodies to assist artists. And of course, a push for live music, both locally and externally, you know, getting artists to, you know, I mean, now if you look at it, to get a visa, it is such a nightmare. You know, government really needs to look at all and have some kind of more, you know, push for artists going to other places and easing the visa issues. You know, I remember doing, assisting Carnegie Hall with the Ubuntu Festival in 2014. First thing I said to them, guys, you have to meet with your counterparts at the US Embassy so that I do not have stress with South African artists and their visas. And that's what happened. We got the meeting and everybody got their visas. Thank you. That was, we're not even talking budget. We're not even talking funding. First thing that hit my mind was visas, you know. So we really need to look at how we can assist people for their travel. It's expensive. The visa issue is an issue that affects all sectors, of course. But, you know, how can government make it easier for us and for South African musicians touring and so on? Yeah, they're real issues.
Just before we open it up for some Q&A, Glenn, do you want to touch on any of that? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think we have really touched on a number of key, broad, you know, issues, and it's quite clear that we need to really work towards a very highly integrated, coordinated, sectoral approach at different levels. One is resourcing, because without a clear strategy of incentive measures to support growth, all what we're saying, it will not happen. The copyright, you know, issue is very, you know, important, and education and technology should be at the center of this integrated approach, especially for the young, you know, generation, because that is how they will be able to participate through access and monetization of, you know, their content. And for the last 28 years, we have been talking about an integrated approach to government relations, because this question, as I say, it cuts across a number of departments. It's become the InSpeak, and I think we need to institutionalize what we have through existing institutions, the NAC, the NFVF. I'm not too sure if we're calling from a new institutional, approach. I'm not too sure if we can afford that. I think the way we're going to put this thing together is very important and strategic. And anyway, the sector has spoken. So what we are talking about really now, we are reflecting on what already it is, out there. But for me, the closing shot would be the sector has to take its rightful place in its own right and not wholly depend on government. We are the government. So yeah, we can then open the thing to discussion. I can see there's some hands there, Jonathan.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you so much for that. I do agree with your points there. I think all too often we as practitioners tend to think of ourselves as separate to government, but at the end of the day, it's us, the people, that motivate for change. Especially when I talk to people in the industry and I say, well, why didn't you comment on the local content quota? They won't get involved and they don't feel as though they have something to offer. But that's just an aside. So I'd like to, at this point in time, Dr. Nzuta, I don't know if there's any particular protocol for questions, but I'd like to open up to the floor. I see Lesiba, you have your hand up there. Would you like to come into our conversation?
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and greetings to the panel there. I wanted to just pick up from what Bradley was saying and what I have noted maybe as a challenge for the sector. I do not know if we have a coordinated approach as a sector towards the challenges that face the sector. I think we operate largely or as separately, and therefore the challenges of the sector, which Bradley and others, the legends that we know in the industry, we are talking issues that face us today that they addressed with the first meeting they had with Obarasipo, with Nelson Mandela, former president, in '94, or even in Lusaka prior to that, when they were mapping out the cultural industries before the dawn of this democracy. So the issues are old. And we are still facing the same issues today. And we have panel and panel after panel. We have these discussions over and over again. But I think the biggest challenge is that we are not, our approach to dealing with the challenges that face us are not coordinated. If we don't, for instance, I don't know if there is, Jonathan, you are in the education space for any, I don't know if that is a music policy that would gather all these thoughts that we have and put them into one space that directs us as a subsector. Other subsectors have already moved in that direction. We have Bo Brahma already putting forward a draft policy for theatre and dance, well coordinated, articulates all the challenges, and gives forward proposals on how to transform the industry. I do not know if we have any of that, but we have esteemed leaders here who can tell us if we do. But if we do not, until we come together and create something like that that will direct all our efforts and all our expertise in one direction and be able to guide government as to what do we want to see as the music sector in this country. We'll always come back to the same. But I suggest if like that does not exist, the experts or cultural policy, when we come to music, what is it that we want to see happening overseas with our artists? How are we going to influence the world? Not really influence, I mean, they've already done that, Black Mambazo and others, but how do we maximize on that? What is the policy that is guiding all of us in that direction? And many others, local content, as you were saying, ICASA and SABC and all these people. What is it? We have positions, we're not sure. That's my input.
Thanks, Lasiva. Should we take a few questions and then we can respond? So Adam, you had your hand up next.
Hi, yes. A couple of things from the point of view of a practicing musician. Roshni made some absolutely excellent fundamental points, which is that there's a lack of skills in order to qualify for a grant, in order to participate in a forum such as this, or a government panel or an arts forum. You need a certain set of skills. And you also need a certain set of skills to learn to play this instrument. So how do we spend our time and where is our expertise? And I think that this is where you need, I think what Roshni was talking about, basically assistance to musicians in the networking skills and in the organizational skills. So I guess what I think could fill the gap is if there were more and more organizations like Concerts SA, which are offering grants. I was a beneficiary of a Concerts SA grant, which actually brought me into contact, with the music in Africa. I happened to be in Johannesburg. So these are the issue. These are the kinds of connections which enable people to move to the next level of wherever they're at. But it's vital. This dialogue where, I met Jonathan at that Music in Africa is fascinating. That everybody has different skills. Now, the problem of connecting everybody up has become easier via Zoom. And this is a positive development. But I think there's also a huge elephant in the room, which is that the music industry, and I say this, I'm going to say in cahoots with the government, is actually defending huge invested interests. And when you have organizations at the top of the pyramid defending huge invested interests, it's very often difficult for artists at the bottom of the food chain to organize and become meaningfully connected. In other words, if you want to sort out somebody's royalties with Samro, if you want to sort out IP stuff at a modest level, maybe you've released a couple of albums which have had airplay on stations, the technical expertise to follow that up, it needs to be accessible. We need to have like 20 Jonathan Shaws who are able to advise and have within their own, creative existences, business lives, have a capacity to invite lots of young people so that information is shared. And I think what we're talking about is really creating networks. And so I'd just like to put that on the table for discussion. And I feel very optimistic about this without becoming a Boris Johnson boosterism type chap. I feel optimistic about this at the moment.
Thanks, Adam. Dr. Nzuta, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Jonathan. I've got lots of comments, but I wanted to alert you to some comments on the chat. Which I think Dr. Nawa was the first to say something about the National Dance and Theatre Policy in circulation for comments. I don't know if you can see all of these. because sometimes I know if you're using a Mac compared to another non-iOS computer, I don't know, something you see different messages on MS Teams.
Okay, so the first one I see was one from you. Just you asking about Ms. Muntami's different organizations that she's been associated with.
Yes.
Was that too far back?
Yes, actually, that is further back. That's good. That's good.
Okay,
I forgot.
so I can see all of those.
Okay.
Should we respond to Lesebe and Adam? Lesebe, I think, was talking about why is there no formalizing body or sector policy at this stage. I mean, my experience in that sense is that usually, from what I've seen, for example, with Moshito and the push to have South African Music Council, it's from my experience is that these things are often very internal. It's not as though member of the public can be part of that type of organization. That's my experience of it. But Glenn, Roshni, I mean, what's your feeling about formalizing bodies and
Hey, yeah, Jonathan, I think this question of the evolution of sectoral organization and their role in influencing policy is quite a complex but not complicated one. But it would go back to what Adam Glazer has pointed out as the elephant in the room. I think South Africa's cultural industries, especially music, is a site of contestation. And we have to understand that our whole broadcast system is driven by interests in the main of the majors and not of the independent, sector. So at the level of policy creation and direction, you're always finding that you have to juggle. I want to repeat that I am an eternal optimist, and I think the COVID, period has brought a lot of introspection to a whole lot of thinking within, the sector. So this elephant in the room manifests in different forms. It is true, there's a skills gap and lack of knowledge, across, because we do not have what Roshni has suggested as the institutional, framework. The key question is, for me, where are we going to locate that? Because we do have institutions that are supposed to be responsible at the level of the interface with the sector. And namely, there's the NAC and the NFVF and, the others. So at the level of government, I think they too need to have the Damascus moment and really understand that we cannot continue to look at the music or the cultural industry sector as a Cinderella nice to have, because then we're going to be left behind as a country, especially with the rise of the digital economy. If you look at the whole value chain and the pipe of provision within the digital economy, you ask yourself, where is the South African address on Spotify? If that is the case, then I'm afraid we're not going to advance. So this issue of skills and technical readiness, what it means is that we too, through the CSIR, need to be technology ready so that we can interface with the big guns on our own terms. So, yeah, I would not want to fully and wholly describe the sector as disparate and disorganized. It is true, yes, but it's not only the sector that's disparate and disorganized, even at the level, at the highest level, at the executive. So this policy has to cut across. It cannot come in small chunks. It has to have a very clear value chain understanding so that we can narrow the gap of understanding. And I'm happy that Dr. Nawa and them have developed a dance and performance policy. Dance and performance, you're actually implying music, because there can never be dance without, music is so central, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Roshni, any thoughts there, or should we let Lance speak a bit about that theatre policy?
Lance can speak, it's fine.
Lance, would you like to come in there?
Yeah, greetings, colleagues. I've been listening very attentively, and my head is spinning because of the knowledge that we do have here. But it puzzles me that sometimes academics or scholars live in or are trapped or are buried in their own texts. And that when occasions such as this suffice, they forget what they have written. They forget, that within their publications and so on, we may have answers. And that actually intrigues me. Why is that the case? But maybe it goes back to this idiom that I've written here, which I like to expand on. And it says, no matter how hot your well or the river is, it can't boil rice. Now, that seems to be an irony there, because you need a boiling water to boil rice, right? But chemical engineers would know in a laboratory that for you to predict the movements of molecules and so on, you need to understand their internal characteristics. You know how molecules move, and so they are defined by their internal characteristics. So if you don't understand the internal characteristics, you're likely not to understand how they will behave. So this is where we start, as thinkers and so on. What are the internal characteristics of policy in South Africa? And the profile is very big, but there's something that intrigues me. And that issue is the issue of the initiator in relation to our arms of government. By definition, Parliament is the one that's supposed to be driving legislation. But ironically, in this country, we're sitting with a situation where the executive, through ministers and officials, are the one who either initiate or oversees policy formulations. And there lies a very big pitfall, because along the way, as people express their opinions and so on, politicians and public service get, intimidated, they get exposed, and they start to want to, protect the turf. They start to want to edit or censor even how the policy is evolving. And there's been a story of the white paper and its many revisions and the current exercise that I'm involved in, where politicians then feel, the way this thing is going, it's going to, somehow either clip my wings or, expose me, etc., etc. But then in the absence of anything, what do? The issue, Chair, is that you see, as Brad Glenn is saying, we are a government. And this is what people should always, have in mind, is that no matter how, from us and so on, we are a repository of that knowledge, of that memory. And no public servant or politician can outlive time. They can outlive their own contracts and tenure, but they cannot outlive time. The same way as, for instance, other things fell by the wayside during the ACTEC process and the white paper, we make reference to them to do what we are doing currently. In the same way that there may be frustrations, by officials and politicians thinking they can, somehow distort or delay the process. The issue is, as long as you're still alive and you write about this, there will still be an occasion, for this to come to the fore. And I'm hoping that one day, where things have been aligned properly, that some of these things can actually be debated at the level of portfolios in Parliament, so that decisions get taken there and laws get, enacted. Because you leave them with our public servants sometimes and ministers and so on, you're sitting with a problem. And I think this is one issue that people don't take seriously. And that's why, we often then complain and forget, by the way, what happened, where, and so on. Now, my last point on the issue of the policy that I've referred to, and yes, indeed, by definition, Bradley, theatre incorporates music and so on, but in actual reality, the issue is you need a distinct, music voice, as a separate process, because the current, prism does not do justice to that. And I've been trying, through these comments to say, let's look in that direction, to say, how can we not initiate a movement or a crusade, that would look at the musical industry from a policy perspective, from a strategy, and whatever it is that, Jonathan, you've been referring to earlier about how things were sabotaged and so. But remember, how I diagnose where the sabotage comes from is that our well may be hot, but it don't cook rice, because we don't know how to manipulate that situation to ensure that the boiling point, of a well becomes a different boiling point of a laboratory. And that's the small thing in policy formulation that we have to understand and know how to turn corners. I hope I have not been too abstract, but thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Lance. Thank you. Yes, that's a good analogy of the challenges that we're facing. And I think that leads me to look at I'm looking at the chat here, and Roshni, maybe we can look a little bit outside of government, and maybe you can touch on some of the organizations that you worked with and their internal policies about funding and supporting organizations and artists to go abroad.
There's very little of that. There's now the organization is not that new, that old. Music in Africa, and that's largely, I think it's the Eben Stiftung funding, the German funding, and the EU. They've had specific programs where they've had people to go abroad and you have to apply. But generally, it's very hard in terms of people going abroad and getting funding. The same thing for the NAC or Mzansi Golden Economy for international travel. It's been quite problematic because we also face like local needs for people to live and work. And so that's also seen as a luxury, but it's a necessity, you know. So we really need to look at that in terms of funding, and also the what would you call it, the initiatives, and also the psychology of it, because even for cultural exchanges to happen, whether it's an overseas artist coming to South Africa or an artist from the continent, we should not see it as a problem, you know, in terms of making art happen and music happen. And there's too much at the moment, given the rise in certain sectors of xenophobia and so on. It's saddened me to see that people are negative about these kind of cultural exchanges, or they see it as taking away money from local people, you know, or local artists, but they are essential. So we need to look at exchange programs with bilateral, multilateral agreements with government of our South African artists and other artists coming in here to create music and projects. So I think for me that's essential. Looking at it in an open way, and also connecting with our rest of our artists within the continent. And also in terms of looking at the copyright bill and looking at what's best in terms of promoting income and promoting exploitation of our music. On the other level, in terms of skills that was touched on by Adam Glasser, I do think people are desperate. There are bodies that can do it, and they can be enabled. We need much more education and assistance for artists, whether it's legal contracts, whether it's for established artists, so-called established artists, emerging artists, and just having much more avenues for them to be able to access and assist in their contracts, in their music and so on. But a lot more education and skills exchange on this level is definitely needed. And certainly a formalized export council to look at concrete initiatives to develop South African music.
Fantastic.
Could I just say something, Jonathan?
Yes, go ahead.
I think Roshni once again touched on a very critical point, and I'd wished she could have said more. There's a little mini elephant in the room, Adam, and this mini elephant in the room in terms of cultural, diplomacy, cultural exchange and contact. It is the uncoordinated participation of what would be the key European, countries in this part of the world pushing their own agenda, regardless of what's happening within, the country they're in. And I don't think we've had a strategic discussion around the implications of the EU or the British Council or the French or the Goethe Institute doing their own thing, in a sense, without, supporting, what could be broader initiatives. And we should understand what brings this, upon, because without being a conspiracy theorist, this issue of cultural representation and cultural, diplomacy abroad, at the end of the day, it's about national, interests of those countries. But what you observe in the South African, context is that the cultural sector would put a lot of energy towards the effort of participating in the efforts created by, the Euro access. And please don't misunderstand me. I'm an internationalist, but also I must raise the flag where I think really there's cultural policy distortion of the self-interest of those countries, not supporting a country that has come out of a long history of racial and strife, because the South African democracy, needs to be supported. We're only 28 years old, so the foreign missions with their cultural participation in this sphere should not be seen as counter what the South African government is trying to do. There has to be reciprocity, and this reciprocity that we're talking about is enshrined in the UNESCO Treaty of Cultural Diversity. So we're not talking outside, and understanding on what, cultural diplomacy should be doing and can, look like within a multilateral or bilateral, access. So, yeah, that's what I thought you were going to, Raj, because in this discussion, we did not really touch, on strategically about the impact of, our bilateral, relations with those, nations, who I must say, at the level of their artists and cultural movement in those countries, there's great support for the South African movement. It's only when it reaches, the higher level of government, that's where we find, there could be, issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah.
Roshni, I don't know if you want to respond to that, but we are out of time.
Are we?
We've just reached 3:30. So, Roshni, do you want to have any last words?
I just want to say, because I know we've reached time, South Africa has a lot of money. So we can't keep, and it's sad because it's money not being spent on music, for instance, the promotion of music. So we are so desperate for all the money coming, the bits of money that some of the institutions have been funding us, whether it's the Goethe Institute, the Africa Music Net, or the Evert Stiftung. That is still small money, but we're so dependent on it. But we do have a lot of money in this country. Unfortunately, it has not been used wisely. So we also we need to look at that and how best we need to maximize the funding of the arts and music in this particular case.
Thank you so much to the both of you. I just want to say thank you for giving your time and expertise and being able to talk openly on the topic. That's quite broad, and there's a lot of different components and angles that we just barely scratched on today. So thank you so much for your time. And Dr. Nzuta, I don't know if there's any closing statement you would like to make. But otherwise, I think we have come to the end of our time on this panel today. So thank you so much for everybody who's in attendance. Thank you to Unisa and the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair for being able to sponsor this discussion. And it's through these discussions that I hope that different ideas are made and things are moved forward. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan. You were great yourself, eh? Fantastic,
Thank you,
man.
Clint. Thank you, Roshni.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clint.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ditto to that. Thank you so much immensely for, I mean, you've raised so many questions. You've looked at the topic from this end, from that end, top, bottom, sideways. And as Jonathan said, there's just a little bit of the surface we've just scratched off. For instance, I mean, it's interesting that there was no clinical discussion of policy sort of moving, say, timeline-wise, right? I was thinking there's going to be CSA mentioned, there's going to be MITT, it's going to be none of that. Because I guess it also speaks to the kind of country we are. You know, as much as we want policy to work, there's so many other areas that don't speak to each other. So we do all these things, we say all of this, we have this vision, but actually, in terms of investment in education, in terms of, and I'm not talking about education in the primary sense, I'm talking education in what Roshni was saying, cultural management, you know, for people to know what they're dealing with. You know, we're not investing in digital life issues, resources, right? For people to be able to use that cultural management to then, you know, have upward mobility, you know. So all these things are connected. We're talking about infrastructure. We're talking, Roshni mentioned, we actually have a lot of money, you know. They're resources, financial resources, but it's a matter of strategies and actually a vision to sort of channel them to the right places. So we can't just talk about policy as in the white paper only, because it speaks to so many other things that are not to do with culture specifically, that we find ourselves in the situation that we're in. But it was also interesting to hear about reciprocity and to mention Pritiende and to mention Black coffee, because then this brings me to my dissertation about what Mr. Masokwane actually said about a golden period of policy making, where I think it was between 1998 and about maybe 2011, before the Mzansi Golden Economy, where there was groundwork done to push South African music abroad with the, you know, delegations that went to this place, that place, and the other. And then Roshni saying, for instance, you know, as much as there was that as well, there's no momentum. There was something done, but there was no momentum since, you know, and some of this momentum did not actually reach the areas it was supposed to. So you have a few musicians who get successful because of some of the policies and the conditions that the policies created for musicians to succeed. But then the Pritiendes of the world speak to the synergy that Roshni also mentioned, and the fact that, for instance, Mashito and Samex, I'm not sure about Samex, but Mashito was something that was written in policy. You know, it was something that happened because of the white paper, the first white paper we had in the country, right? It was created out of those first steps at national cultural policy, right? But then synergy, if we're talking about Pritiende, for instance, Pritiende was not created by these conditions. Pritiende was, you know, the talent is always there, but then we always create these conditions where talent is extracted, or our resources are extracted. If we're talking about, who's this guy, Chris Brown, as you mentioned earlier, him coming to dance, and he's probably going to take this product elsewhere, right? And it becomes legitimate when it's over there. What about over here? I mean, Amapiano's huge right now. Algoma's huge and all these things, but, you know, clearly we have the talent, but then the Pritiendes of this world, it turns out, as I discovered, were created because of, was it the Mellon Foundation that invested in education at UCT, I think, and other organizations across the country, right? And so a lot of opera stars were created, right, through money from elsewhere, which is why I was referring to money from elsewhere, specifically my first question, because money from elsewhere, as well as government intentions, as well as a sector working together, create conditions for things to grow, right? And without sounding like I'm a preacher, I think I want to kill it right here and say these are some of the things we've touched on. We have not discussed them a particular way, but we've discussed them in such a rich way that there's just so many ways to pull from each of the contributions from everyone on the on the chat box, with the discussion on the panel. And so I am intensely excited, and I'm very grateful for the outcome of this conversation. And it really needs more such discussion. So we're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10:15 for day 2 of the colloquium. We're going to start with a session called Shared Borders, Shared Platforms, where Dr. Lee Watkins is going to be the chair. And then we're going to have 2 other sessions, and then we're going to have the keynote address by Professor Foster Lussier, who might be here actually still right now. So thank you for attending this, and I look forward to seeing some of you tomorrow. If you can't make it, that's all right. I'm glad you were here today. You've really contributed hugely in how we think about these topics, because they're not discussed enough. So have a great evening, everyone. Have a great, lovely weekend. Some of you will see tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Good night. Bye.
Bye-bye.